If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 76, Battle for the Thunder Badge. Reissue, close the distance. Use quick attack, Lieutenant Surge said, revealing his first. Reissue responded. All of a sudden, a white glow appeared underneath its front side. Reissue crouched, and got down onto its four hands. It didn't take long at all before Reissue entered a dash, quickly sprinting forward. The white glow started to trail behind Reissue as Reissue quickened its speed. It then started changing up its positions as it closed into halfway on the battlefield. As the battle just started, Reissue was all the way at the other end, so there was a large gap to close. Beedrill, start swerving and dodge quick attack. Hasten your speed with agility, I said, using my first move. Beedrill replied. It started to speed toward Reissue. As it did, it would vanish from sight, reappearing at different positions, similar to Reissue's quick attack. Beedrill is a very fast Pokémon to begin with, so it started to glow with an afterimage every time it was using agility. What agility did was boost a Pokémon's speed even more. It was likely that Drill's speed was higher than Reissue's now. It didn't take long at all for Reissue and Beedrill to meet halfway, in the center of the battlefield. Once Reissue saw Beedrill was within a close range, Reissue leapt at Beedrill to try and tackle it. Reissue said, leaping ahead, moving very fast into Beedrill. Dodge it, Beedrill, I answered back. Beedrill reacted quickly enough thanks to agility, and was able to swerve out of the way. Reissue kept pressing forward though, which caused Beedrill to enter a state of dodging as Beedrill constantly flapped its wings, reappearing into the distance every time Reissue leapt at it. So far, Reissue was unable to hit Beedrill. Reissue didn't get disappointed despite not being able to hit Beedrill with a continuous quick attack. But Lieutenant Surge interrupted his Reissue, and spoke out. Reissue, that's good right there. Your Beedrill is quite fast, kid. It's time change up the pace and set the field my way. Reissue used a electric terrain, Lieutenant Surge said, revealing a surprising move. I guess the problem nowadays with more regions known, the more their Pokémon moves get utilized in previous regions. What I mean by that is Kanto isn't just Kanto, having its 151 Pokémon. Each Pokémon in the Kanto region is capable of learning every generation of moves, and electric terrain originated from Kalos. It is quite the powerful move, similar to Amber's Snow Warning, to where it would cause hail to form. As that was thought, Reissue yelled out, letting its lightning energy surge within its body. Arcs of lightning literally started to shoot out of Reissue, as Reissue braced its stance. Terrain effects are very powerful, and electric terrain was not unknown to that. Before we knew it, the entire battlefield was covered in yellow lightning energy. Reissue spoke out, pleased in seeing electric terrain released. Electric terrain boosted electric-type moves for electric-type Pokémon. It used to only affect electric-type Pokémon that couldn't fly, but as it got developed over the regions, that side effect went away. But as a result, its power got nerfed. As to whether it boosts damage by 30% or 50%, that remains to be seen. I need to be careful from here on. If Beedrill gets hit by an electric move while electric terrain is up, it will cause major damage. Beedrill, take this time to set up a double team. We need to cover some ground here, I said, using my next move. In the anime, double team was basically shadow clone jutsu. It was a lot more broken here than in the games, as in the games, double team only boosted a Pokémon's evasion. Beedrill reacted quickly, and started to split its body apart into afterimages, one after another. Beedrill took the time to split several afterimages, covering the whole field over Reissue. Reissue was now surrounded. It doesn't matter how many you create. Reissue used Thunderbolt. Eliminate them all, Lieutenant Surge said his next move. Sure enough, it was the powerful Thunderbolt, one of Pikachu's classic moves that Ash liked to use every generation. Reissue said. After Reissue said that, more lightning energy poured out, shooting thunderbolts one after another. Booms started to screech across the field, but sadly for Reissue, every thunderbolt that hit Beedrill resulted in Beedrill's afterimage vanishing. Beedrill didn't stay idle, and quickly moved, staying hidden behind its afterimages. It didn't take long for Beedrill to appear right behind Reissue. Taking this moment before Reissue realizes it, I spoke out. Good. Beedrill, now use the move I've been teaching you. Use Poison Jab, I spoke out, revealing my next move. Beedrill said. As it did, its two stingers started to glow in purple energy. Reishu asked, but as it turned around, it saw a big purple strike launch out at it. Bang! Bang! Reishu's thunderbolts got disrupted, only for a couple of strikes to land on Reishu's body. Reishu got blasted into the air thanks to the poisonous energy that wrapped around Drill's stingers. Looks like the move was a success. Poison Jab was a very strong physical type poison move. It had a good chance of leaving the target in a poison status as well. And it seemed luck was on my side today. Reishu managed to gain its bearings after it was flung away, successfully landing back into its 2 feet. But unfortunately for Reishu, it winced its eyes and a purple hue appeared underneath its eyes. Reishu then collapsed onto one of its knees. Reishu! Damn it, looks like that poison landed. You okay, Lieutenant Surge asked Reishu. Alright, Reishu tried to respond, slowly standing back up on its 2 feet, but it was clear that it was taking damage from poison. Good. We may have to end this battle quicker than anticipated. It's time for Volt Tackle, Lieutenant Surge said his next move, which surprised me yet again. Wasn't that Ash's signature move? Well, it's not like other Pokémon can't learn Volt Tackle, but this is seriously one of the most dangerous electric moves there is. Reishu responded excitedly. It then started to go back down on its fours, crouching. Lieutenant Surge really isn't giving any time to spare, is he? Fine, if that's the case, I began to say. Seeing me say that, Serena and Lily became excited. Lieutenant Surge also shifted his eyes back to me. It may not have been that long, but let's show them, Beedrill, I said in anticipation. Beedrill replied, waiting on me. I proceeded to place my palm on my Mega Ring. Mega Evolve, I declared. Immediately as I did so, I felt my bond deepen with Beedrill. After that, the Beedrillite started to glow a bright yellow. As for Beedrill began to glow in a blue light. The energy that began leaking out from the Beedrillite acted on its own, rushing at Beedrill. It only took mere moments for the two to join, encompassing Beedrill in a bright light. This triggered the Mega Evolution, which allows one to push past a Pokémon's limit, evolving into something beyond their final evolution. The downside is it can only happen in the midst of battle. The light quickly faded as it came. But something changed. Drill's size, for one, was a lot larger. It tucked its abdomen in greatly, as if its body became a spear. 2 smaller cone-like stingers formed on each side of its middle-bottom stinger. As for its main stingers on each arm, they became much thicker and sharper. Its eyes stretched backward, allowing Beedrill a wider peripheral vision. It even grew more wings, showing 3 pairs. After Beedrill finished Mega Evolving, Reishu finished unleashing the electric energy needed for Volt Tackle. It made a mad dash, aiming right at Mega Beedrill. Reishu continuously shouted its name much like Ash's Pikachu did as electricity trailed behind it. Meet Reishu head-on, use Poison Jab once more, I said my move. Beedrill took in a homing position. Its 5 stingers all glowed in purple energy. Fluttering its wings into a buzzing sound, Beedrill flew in. Reishu leapt the moment Beedrill came within distance. Reishu struck with its head against Beedrill's stingers. Bang! Electric and purple energy collided against each other. But it only took a moment for there to be a clear victor. Reishu yelled out, getting blasted away by Beedrill's impact. Reishu was sent flying into the air. Some of the Volt Tackle caused damage to Beedrill, but it withstood it. Oh no, Reishu, Lieutenant Surge yelled, seeing his Reishu get blasted away. He rushed toward it, arriving close to where Reishu landed. Another loud bang struck the gym once Reishu hit the ground. This caused dusts of smoke to get knocked up. Once it subsided, Reishu could be seen flat on its back, not moving. It had purple hues under its eyes, signaling more damage taken from poison. Faint circles then appeared in its eyes. Seeing Reishu get KO'd, the ref stared blankly at his gym leader in silence. But he shook that away and was able to declare the result of the battle. Reishu is unable to battle. The challenger is the victor. Hearing that, there was some applause as we saw Beedrill change back into normal. Recalling Beedrill to give it a good rest, we soon heard another sound of clapping that came from the entrance of the gym. That was a splendid battle, an aged voice said, reaching out to us. Of course this voice immediately drew our attention. Chapter 77, Professor Cerise. That was a splendid battle, Itsuki, an aged voice said as we saw a figure approach us. This figure clapped along the way. He wore a lab coat, and the way he looked, it was obvious that he was a Pokémon professor. Sporting maroon hair and green eyes, he wore a plain light blue shirt and dark grey pants. "Is that you, Professor Cerise?" I asked with a surprised voice. "Sorry to drop in unannounced like this. I know you guys won't come till tomorrow, but since you said you'd have your match today, I had a desire to see it." "Mega evolution really is something, isn't it?" Professor Cerise said with a smile. "Ya come here every so often, Professor," Lieutenant Surge also said. He took this time to spray an antidote onto his reissue to get rid of its poison status. After doing so, he recalled reissue to give it a nice, long rest. Lieutenant Surge then approached us from the other end. With a big smile on his face, he placed his large hand on my shoulder. "Haha. Still, I lost fair and square, Itsuki," he spoke with a laugh. We then saw him reach into his pocket, to bring out a badge of sorts. It was like looking at a miniature sun. "I present you this Thunder Badge. You've earned it," Lieutenant Surge said, placing the badge in my hand. "Thank you," I answered, accepting it. Getting out my badge case, I opened it up. I placed the Thunder Badge in the third slot, which fitted perfectly. One more badge, and we would have earned half in Kanto. Placing my case away again, there was another round of applause. "Now then. I still have 2 challengers today. Which one of ya is going next?" Lieutenant Surge asked, looking at Serena and Lily. "That would be me," Serena said as she lifted her hand up. "But don't you need to let your reissue rest some?" she asked. "Reissue will likely be out the test day, little lady. But that ain't a problem for me. I got plenty of other Pokémon I can use against the 2 of you," Lieutenant Surge answered. "Sure enough, since the other 2 matches will be held today, do you mind if we stay and watch for the rest?" Professor Cerise asked, which caused me to raise my eyebrows. "Wait, did you just say we?" I asked back, which only earned a smile from Professor Cerise. Before we knew it, we saw 2 more figures stand up from the bleachers they were sitting on, and approached us. Weird, I don't remember any spectators arrive, but maybe I was too absorbed in my battle just now, haha. But that thought quickly vanished as Serena, Lily, and I became surprised once more. One of the 2 figures was about 6 feet tall, with black hair. He still had that red clip in his hair, but his hair was somewhat longer now, more grown out. With light blue eyes, he currently wore grey pants and with a black buttoned shirt that wasn't buttoned. This revealed a plain red shirt underneath. He also wore red and black sneakers. But most importantly, I could no longer feel an air of innocence around this man. He felt more mature now as well. "Don't tell me among the group of us," he jumped the gun, already experiencing the pleasure of becoming an adult, I asked myself. Of course, this man was obviously Go, one of our childhood friends from the summer camp we had 10 years ago. We've had a few video calls over the years, but something must have happened recently. Even after my last call with them, something has changed. Maybe it was due to the figure next to Go. It was a pretty maroon-haired girl a bit shorter than him. They didn't change as much as Go did, but she was still very pretty. She had her hair tied up into her long braided ponytail as well. This girl was Chloe, Go's childhood friend, as well as the rest of us. Man, that was a fun battle to watch. "It's really good to see you again, dude," Go said with a smile. "Likewise. I'm guessing you 2 came with Professor Cerise to watch." "Of course. This idiot is spouting crap about wanting to go on an adventure, and that he wanted to make it to your battle no matter what before his journey starts," Chloe answered nonchalantly. Hey. You know you're coming with me, right?" "So?" Chloe asked back at Go, staring at him. This earned a laugh from us, before Lieutenant Surge spoke out again. "Having spectators does liven gym battles, and I'm used to having them. Ya can go sit down if you guys are ready for the next battle," Lieutenant Surge said. After that quick chat, Professor Cerise, Go, Chloe, Lily, and I made it back to the seats. As for Serena, she made her way to where I originally was, the challenger's aide. Her match was also going to be a one-on-one. The ref proceeded to announce the details, letting each side take out their Pokémon. Lieutenant Surge ended up bringing out a Voltorb. But we immediately became surprised as this Voltorb was completely blue, not your normal red one. It was shiny. As for Serena, looks like she decided on using Sapphire. The battle started after the ref declared it. Much like how Visks used her electrode in Journeys, Lieutenant Surge made use of electromagnetism with Magnet Rise, letting his Volturb bounce of the walls further up over the bleachers. If one looked closely, circular indents could be seen. But Serena remained calm, and revealed one of her recently learned moves, Fire Spin. After a few carefully placed fire spins, she trapped Volturb successfully, and finished it off with a flamethrower. She's had this Vulpix since we started dating a couple years back through long distance, so it's no surprise Sapphire knows a strong fire move or two by now. She was able to earn her Thunder Badge. We didn't need to rest at all while Lily went up to the field. As she did, Serena immediately started chatting up a storm with Chloe and Go, and I could only let out a sigh. The third and final match started, letting the ref call out each side to bring their Pokémon. For this last match, Lieutenant Surge brought out a Magnemite for his third Pokémon. This brought a light smile to Lily's face the moment she saw a Magnemite appear. She decided to use her Nidoran in this battle. With the battle underway, Lieutenant Surge tried to disrupt Nidoran's stats a lot, but she was able to counter with several super effective moves, and made quick work of his Magnemite. Lieutenant Surge was satisfied with this battle, as he was with mine and Serena's, presenting Lily with her Thunder Badge too. Also surprisingly, her Nidoran glowed a white light after the battle was over, which resulted in her Nidoran evolving into a Nidorina. We have some moonstones kept safe in our supplies, so when Lily thinks it's time to evolve her Nidorina, it will be up to her. We congratulated Lily, and with that, we had each successfully earned ourselves a Thunder Badge. We chatted with the Ceres Lab trio for a bit longer as we said our goodbyes to Lieutenant Surge and his gym. He was actually a pretty nice fella after all, despite what his outward appearance made him to be. Once we arrived back at the Pokémon Center, we reassured the trio we would arrive at the lab tomorrow for a tour and to hang out with them. We would then enjoy a homemade dinner at Chloe's place. The rest of the day blew by before we knew it. As a result of us getting our third badge, after we got cleaned up in the shower to cuddle for the night, Serena let me rub one out with her butt. She said she wasn't ready for me to insert it yet, but we were steadily approaching that goal. Perhaps it would really happen when we do our next gym in Celadon City. To say the least, it felt great. The next day arrived not long after, and after getting ready, we decided it was time to head to Professor Cerese's lab. Chapter 78, Thunder Clouds. First week of February 2010, Thursday. With our gym battles now out of the way in Vermilion City, it was now time to have some fun. We also had free rein on where to go next as well. Normal trainers typically selected Celadon City as their fourth gym, but there isn't anything stopping us from going to Fuchsia City or Saffron City next. It is quite the trek to get to Cinnabar Island for the seventh gym though, so most trainers don't really head there from here. Most people go there by sea too, but I'm thinking to going there by plane. It's great that money isn't an issue for us. So for now, I think we will take on Celadon City next. With that in mind, I opened my eyes, only to see Serena and Lily peacefully resting beside me. I couldn't help but stare over at Serena's butt. We had some fun fooling around last night to celebrate getting our third gym badges, and it's safe to say I can now fit a single finger inside of her ass now. I know it was them who suggested trying this out. I'm not developing some sort of butt fetish now, am I? I retorted to myself. I think it's safe to say you are, hee, Serena replied with a giggle. Looking over, I saw Serena wide awake now, looking right back at me. Did I say that out loud? I retorted again. You did, Lily's voice spoke out this time, showing that she was now awake too. It's our fault that you're developing an interest in my ass, but I like it when you play with it. It feels good, Serena replied with another giggle, teasing back at me. Shall we continue from last night then? I suggested, extending my hand down, feeling Serena's back as I made my way down toward her butt. Serena said, letting out a light groan as she felt my touch. The moment I arrived there, I started to wiggle one finger around her closed hole, teasing her. Feeling Serena's warmth, I got a firm hold of her butt with my palm, before trying to stick one finger inside. Unfortunately, before I could even open it with my finger, all three of us became startled with a loud noise coming from the table. The sound of a hollow panel opening up echoed in the room. As it did, a blue hollow panel appeared over the table. On it, the panel listed warning. The text was red in color. This hollow panel appeared over a device that was in the shape of a smartphone, but it appeared much more high-tech, very similar to what Go actually uses in Cerese's laboratory, but this one had a lot more capabilities to it. This was the device I used for calculating any abnormalities that could show in our current surroundings that I developed during my stay at the Aether Foundation, as well as pinpoint any ultra wormhole that may appear. Up until the start of our journey, it had 0 reactions, which was good. I was surprised it didn't react to when I felt that weird feeling back at Viridian City Gym, but that wasn't enough to cause a disturbance like this one. But for it to react now, something must be developing over Vermilion City. As to whether it was good or bad, it remained to be seen. It was a shame, but our lovey-dovey time ended abruptly. I quickly removed my hand from Serena's butt, and quickly sat up. Lily was actually the second to react, and she quickly rose up as well. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Itsuki, you don't think one of those ultra wormholes is opening over here in Kanto, do you? Is something happening? You two have talked about those ultra wormholes before, what is going on? Serena said, also getting up from the bed. It is unheard of for them to open over Kanto. But I think this might be something else entirely different, I said, trying to explain it to Serena and Lily. But I couldn't even finish explaining before we were interrupted by another loud sound. However, this one didn't come from the device, it seemed to come from outside. Crack! Boom! A thunderous boom streaked across Vermilion City. It wasn't just us, this thunder boomed across the whole city. As a result, the boom startled many others who were either getting up to get ready for the day, or for those who were still sleeping. We each got up from the bed. I quickly grabbed my device and we all went to the one window leading outside. Opening it up, a salty sea breeze wafted into the room. Looking further beyond, our eyes quickly laid upon the Vermilion port. Water was starting to ripple into waves, dark storm clouds fast rolling in. The Vermilion harbor siren was going off with a wee-woo, signaling boats to retreat back into its docks. I did a few taps on my device, only for several holographs and charts to appear on it. Serena and Lily saw my eyes dart quickly over the several pieces of information that appeared. It appears the humidity, the temperature, and the airflow is rapidly fluctuating. Moreover, the altitude of where those clouds are rolling in, I began to say, only to get excited. So something is happening, Serena asked again. Yes. But this is something good. If these calculations hold true, then we might get to see the appearance of a rare Pokémon. Hearing that, anticipation appeared in Serena's and Lily's eyes. Is there an estimated time to when it would arrive? Lily asked. It looks like this Pokémon will arrive in an hour or so. We must quickly make haste to Professor Cereza's lab, I answered the two. Time for a speed shower, I continued to say. Do we even have time to clean up and get ready? Lily asked. We'll make sure. Let's hop in, Serena answered, urging the three of us into the shower. We proceeded to do so, and the sound of running water lasted about 5 minutes before the three of us reappeared, dressed and ready. This time I was wearing my white lab coat, donning my professor clothes. We made haste, and left the room after grabbing our stuff that we needed, and recalled our Pokémon that slept beside us. We typically let Amber, Snowy and Sapphire sleep on the floor each night. They too were started by the loud booming, but were able to get a slight reprieve by getting recalled. Arriving down on the first floor, we saw Nurse Joy currently turned toward the TV on the wall, watching the live feed of the big thunderstorm that was approaching Vermilion City. Oh good, you've made it down here, Professor Itsuki. Would you happen to know what's going on down at the harbor? Nurse Joy asked me. Hearing Nurse Joy ask that, I looked toward her, ignoring the onlooking trainers that had surprised looks. Something good. Potentially a rare Pokémon sighting. We have to go, Nurse Joy, but we'll be back later, I answered swiftly. Is that so? But before you guys head out, there's someone here to pick you up, Nurse Joy explained. Someone's here to pick us up? Serena asked questioningly. Haha, that would be us too. We haven't met in person yet, but you've seen us on video chat a few times, a male voice said. We then saw two figures approach us. One of them was a rather shaggy blonde-haired fellow, wearing a lab coat similar to mine. But he wore red pants and a yellow shirt with a picture of a Magnemite on it and wore glasses with a red frame. As for the other figure, it was a girl with long blue hair, having a ribbon tied to it right at her neckline. She also wore a lab coat, and had a green tucked-in shirt underneath it, with dark short grey pants that extended to her knees. I'm Ren, one of Professor Cereza's research assistants you saw on video call before, Ren said, introducing himself. You can call me Krissa, Professor Cereza's other research assistant. You look quite taller than in the few video calls we've had, Krissa said, introducing herself as well. Haha, I get that a lot. I'm guessing Professor Cereza detected this abnormality too, I asked. Bingo. We've estimated it will arrive in about an hour, so he sent us to pick you guys up with the lab's car. Then let us get going, Serena said, urging us again. We did so, completely ignoring the onlooking trainers in the Pokémon Center. After we left the building, got in the car and sped off to Professor Cerise's lab, the trainers took a good minute in silence, before one of them realized what we had just said, and spoke out in excitement. Chapter 79, Chase. Did that professor just now say there's going to be a rare Pokémon appearing? One of the trainers asked excitedly. I'll be the first one to catch it, another one said. No, it will me who will catch it, a third trainer said, denying the second trainer. Whatever. Whoever catches it first will be the true winner. Let us all head down to the harbor, a fourth trainer said, quickly leaving the Pokémon Center in a hurry, complete. It took a moment for the others as they blinked at this trainer, but everyone else erupted into a fervor, and left the Pokémon Center in a rush. Seeing the Pokémon Center now deserted in a mere couple of minutes, the Chansey who was beside Nurse Joy tilted its head in confusion. Chansey, Chansey asked, tilting its head a bit as it saw the trainers leave in a hurry. Haha, trainers will always be trainers, going where excitement takes them. An appearance of a rare Pokémon, hey? I wonder who it could be, Nurse Joy mused to herself. She now had some time to spare, seeing the Pokémon Center now deserted, and no Pokémon that needed healing. As such, she and Chansey turned back to the live feed on the TV, and continued to watch the incoming storm. As for us, it didn't take long to arrive at Professor Cerise's lab. We saw lots of trainers either standing place seeing the incoming thunderstorm roll in, or others that headed quickly down to the harbor. It wasn't just us or the trainers taking action during this. Mew, who was hanging out on the roof of Vermilion City's Pokémon Center having a nap, got its nap interrupted once the thunder boomed across the city. Surprisingly though, it wasn't angry once it woke up. All Mew did was curiously took toward the sea in silence. Mew, Mew said happily after letting out a giggle. It then floated up into the sky, quickly speeding toward the sea. Everyone was oblivious to Mew as Mew headed toward the sea, because it had the ability to conceal itself from sight to anyone that it didn't to see Mew. So at this very moment, the only one Mew allowed it to see itself was Itsuki, Serena and Lily. As for me, I could see Mew fly off toward the sea without a care, and I could only let out a sigh the moment I saw Mew dive into the sea to have some fun underwater. Still, it took us no time at all to arrive at Professor Cerise's lab. It even had its own garage that we pulled into. Let alone that, the lab had huge biosphere that was constantly regulated. It was this same biosphere to where Go would let all of his caught Pokémon roam free, same for Chloe. As for Ash, if he starts his journey from Professor Oak's lab, his Pokémon would likely get sent there. There was also the infinite box space feature as well. I do let my own Pokémon hang out in there, but for now, I leave it up to Professor Oak's discretion to when one should come out to play with others. Quickly getting out of the car, the three of us were guided to the lab's main room, only to see Professor Cerise operating several holographic panels with a look of interest in his eyes. A similar red text warning panel could also be seen among the panels. Go and Chloe could be seen next to them, watching the ongoing situation. Chloe's Yamper could also be seen next to them as well, and it was the first one to take action once it noticed us arrive. Bark, 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 Yamper yelled out, letting out a few barks. This was all it took for them to realize we had arrived. Ooh, Itsuki, you arrived. Thank you for bringing them here, Ren, Krissa. Serena, Lily, please make yourselves at home, Professor Cerise said, turning toward us with a smile. Thank you, Serena responded with a smile, while Lily gave a nod back. Are you getting similar readings to this? I decided to ask Professor Cerise, bringing out the device I always use. Receiving it, Professor Cerise only took a moment or two before he nodded in confirmation. Just by reading that incoming storm we're getting the same airflow, temperature, and humidity fluctuations. Those clouds are coming in at a very specific altitude too, Professor Cerise explained. Is it a Pokémon? Go asked in excitement. Not just that. I'm predicting it to be an exceedingly rare Pokémon that will show up at Vermilion Harbor. It looks like it's going to show up in 40 minutes or so. What do you think, Itsuki? Professor Cerise asked me. I reached the same conclusion, I answered him with a nod of my head. Then what are we waiting for? I'm sure there are plenty of trainers heading there already. We need to go too, Go said. Go? You don't even have a single Pokémon yet. Our journey starts after today, you know, Chloe retorted. Go. I don't need a Pokémon if I'm just going there to see it appear. I'm sure there's a bunch of people who want to see it too. Go does make a point, Chloe. I also want to head there as soon as possible. What about you guys? I asked the group. I'm obviously going. I know all the shortcuts there is to the harbor too, Go answered in confidence. I won't go. I'll stay here with Dad and watch here, Chloe said. If that's the case then I'll also stay here with Chloe. You should too, Lily, Serena suggested. What for? Lily tilted her head bit. Well, this will be our last chance to talk with Chloe in person for a while. In fact, why don't we make tonight a sleepover? A sleepover, Chloe started to ponder. As she did, her Yamper looked at her with interest. Seeing that, she walked over to pick Yamper up and hugged it. Yamper's tail started to wag happily. Why not? You haven't done this in a while, Chloe. You're friends with Serena and Lily, right? Professor Cerise urged her daughter, since she could be indecisive at times. Of course. You know what? Let's do it. No boys allowed tonight in my room though, Chloe answered. Bark, Yamper also barked in agreement. Haha, that's fine. I can crash in your room tonight, right? Go. Works with me. Tonight definitely sounds fun, but we have to get going so we don't fall behind others, Go said with a smile as anticipation appeared in his eyes. Since you three will stay here, Go and I will be heading off then, I said, waving goodbye. Have fun, Serena smiled back while Lily and Chloe nodded. Oh right, before you two go let me give you the password to the live feed being done here. This way you can connect your device to my device here, Itsuki. If it is indeed a rare Pokémon, I would love to see it recorded up close, Professor Cerise said, asking me. Of course, I too would love to see that happen, I answered back. Professor Cerise nodded and gave me the password to connect to his device remotely. Sure, they have the live feed of the overall harbor, but they would need to send in a drone, or a person, which in my case, it would be me to record this appearance up front. With that done, let us go said, quickly leaving through the front building. Chloe could only shake her head in a sigh while I let out another chuckle seeing this. Waving them goodbye again, I left the building and quickly caught up with Go. Also, it's times like these when it's fine to rely on our Pokémon, right? I thought to myself as I quickly ran up to Go while we were running down the stairs that lead to the road. Hold on for a second, Go. I think I can do something to save us some more time, I suggested at him. Go responded before he halted his running. Oh, right. You're a trainer already now, aren't you, Itsuki? He asked. Bingo. Jack, Amber, come on out you two, I said, tossing two balls up into the air. A Fearow and Ninetales appeared out of it, which caused more excitement to appear in Go's eyes. Jack, go fly on ahead and make sure the paths we are about to take. Amber, are you fine with us riding you for a little bit? I said to Fearow and Ninetales. Fearow said before flapping its wings into the sky, speeding off toward the harbor. That's right, Squirtle wasn't the only Pokémon to recently evolve. In that long stretch to Vermilion City, Spearow successfully evolved into a Fearow. And on top of that, the Spearow line was the type to evolve earlier than other flying types. As Fearow flew away, Ninetales looked at Go for a moment before it snorted. Hey, Go tried to say, but before he could do anything else, he saw Ninetales breath in, and released a powder snow, hitting Go's face straight on. His face then turned into a block of ice. I wanted to laugh seeing this, but kept the urge inside of me. It wasn't thick ice, so Go was able to shake it off, but he started to shiver as a result. That was uncalled for, Itsuki, Go said while chattering his teeth. Haha, that just means Amber likes you. She is quite big compared to other Ninetales, so it won't be a problem for her if one or two climb on. Let's go, I retorted back. It's a shame that not many Pokémon games allowed one to ride Pokémon, but this Ninetales was big enough to do so. I got on, and Go followed, showing that there was plenty of enough space. Go flinched the moment he got on top of Ninetales, but his eyes turned wide. It's not cold, Go said in surprise. Of course not. Amber knows how to regulate her body temperature. Now stop gawking. Amber, follow Go's directions so we can make it to the harbor quickly, I directed. Ninetales answered in acknowledgement. Right, Go also said. Our first path should be there, Go said, pointing his finger toward one of the back alleys off the main road as he read his own device that he brought out. We then sped off, letting Ninetales quickly dash through various alleyways. The chase to reach the harbor was on. Roughly 30 minutes remained before the Pokémon would make its appearance. But unbeknownst to me, a certain rainbow-like colored feather within my item storage started to cause a reaction the closer we got to the harbor. Chapter 80, Lugia. 20 minutes later, Vermilion Harbor. Wow, we really did cut time. Good job, Go, I said, complimenting Go. At this moment, we could see a bunch of docks, with the salty scent of the sea wafting in our noses. There were various sizes of boats ranging from small fishing boats to big cruisers parked along the many docks, as they were told to retreat back into it. The skies were now super dark, and something that appeared to be a tornado, made of storm clouds, could currently be seen forming, yet was behaving like a hurricane, as there was a clear eye within the storm formation. Streaks of lightning would crack and dance around it. Thank you, Ha, Go responded, currently slouching over. It was clear he was out of breath. Probably from all the screaming he did along the way, as Ninetales was rather a fast runner. Go had a hard time hanging on, but as a result we were able to make it down to the harbor before the Pokémon showed up. Haha, tuckered out, already? We still got 10 minutes or so till the main event, I teased back at Go. This is nothing, Go replied, taking in a few deep breaths before he regained his composure. After he did, Go got off Ninetales, and I followed. Thank you for the ride, Amber. You too, Jack, for keeping eye on the streets, I said, thanking the two. Firo said, stretching its wings wide. I then brought out its ball and recalled Firo. I still let Ninetales be here beside us. She curiously looked around, spotting several other trainers with their Pokémon. Sure enough, we weren't alone. Groups of excited trainers could be seen either waiting for something to appear, or waiting to battle. Among the trainers, there were Pokémon like Magnemite, Mankey, Slowpoke, and Seduck. The giant black cloud formation took this remaining 10 minutes to descend over the port, actually coming very close to the sea level. It stopped right above one of the largest cruise ships in this port, which was ironically the same cruise ship I was going to go on tomorrow with Serena and Lily for a fancy date. The SSN. Lightning crackled within the eye a few times, before the black clouds converged within, slowly forming a sphere. Descending several feet more, this black cloud sphere acted as if it became a cocoon, and hardened. Light spots started to appear all around us, and it then cracked, tearing the sphere open. We were blinded by this flash of light for a brief moment, but we saw one figure emerge from it. It let out a deep roar, flapping its wings to shake away the remainder of the clouds where the sphere once was. In its place was a large creature, similar to that of a mix between a dragon and a bird. It is primarily blue and white in color, with its wings taking the shape more of that of hand palms than actual wings. It had a long neck with several black and blue spike-like protrusions which went down its back, acting like feathers as well. Seeing the Pokémon make its appearance, the trainers at the port got excited. There it is, one of them said. No doubt about it. It is Lugia, the second trainer yelled in excitement. That's that, the Pokémon that let out a large roar, announcing its appearance was Lugia, one of the many legendary Pokémon. Similar to its counterpart Ho-Oh, Lugia originated from Johto. It is known as the Guardian of the Sea, and it is said Lugia can appear when storm starts. Lugia travels all over the seas, often isolating itself due to the insane amount of energy it has inside of it, making Lugia a very powerful Pokémon. Every so often Lugia would emerge, and it seemed it took a liking to this storm. It showed very abnormal readings, so that was probably why it came. It was well worth the wait, a third trainer said among several here. Go and I didn't even get to act yet before we saw that group of trainers bring out their Pokémon. One was a Wartortle, just like the one I have. The second Pokémon was a Jolteon, while the third was surprisingly a Gengar. Lugia wasn't even given a break before the three trainers issued moves, expressing their interest in battling Lugia. Wartortle, use Ice Beam, the first trainer yelled. Jolteon, use Thunder, the second trainer said. Gengar, Nightshade, pronto, the third trainer said. Hey now, those are some pretty strong moves those guys just said. As those three launched their attacks, Go just stood there watching. Ice Beam, Thunder, and Nightshade all shot out at Lugia in the sky. The attacks managed to connect, but perhaps the three didn't train their Pokémon too much, because their attacks fizzled out once they struck Lugia's belly. Barely any damage was done to Lugia. This attracted Lugia's attention. With one big swoop of its large wings, it launched a powerful gust, blasting a powerful wind blast. This blast blasted the 3 Pokémon right into their trainers, and sent everyone flying away in one move. Welp, those guys didn't last long. I really should take the time to lecture the guy who has that Gengar, as Gengar is one of the most powerful Pokémon in Kanto, but there's a time and place for everything. Seeing no trainer in front of it, Lugia soared the sky a bit, doing a couple loops, before flying down to another part of the port. Go and I were closer to the end of the port, and Lugia arrived more toward the middle. Lugia now stood off against 5 more trainers, all of which I had no clue who they were. Oh right, we were awestruck by Lugia's appearance, but I should make sure to connect to Professor Cerise's device. I immediately did so, and back at the lab, Professor Cerise saw a close-up screen of Lugia appear on his main device. This brought excitement to him and he quickly brought over Ren and Krissa. Serena, Lily, and Chloe were also close by and decided to watch too. As for us, we saw the next batch of trainers get their Pokémon ready. All right. Let us all fight Lugia together, one of the 5 trainers said. Yeah. This will be a raid battle. Yeah, the others said in anticipation. Now there's a term I hadn't heard much of yet. Raid battles are mostly performed in Galar, aren't they? It lets a group of trainers fight against a powerful Pokémon together. If that's the case, it makes sense. Let's see how this group of 5 do. 5 Pokeballs were tossed up into the air, which brought out 5 Pokémon. From the left was a Sudowoodo. Sableye was next while a Bisharp was in the middle. From the right was a Corviknight, which was a steel and flying type from Galar. And lastly the 5th Pokémon was a freaking Garchomp. I didn't even had time to think what was going to happen. The first trainer to yell out was actually drew my attention. It was trainer who caught the Sableye. Let's fire things up before Lugia can make its first move. Sableye, it's time to Mega Evolve, this trainer said, touching what appeared to be a Mega Ring on his wrist. His Mega Ring began to glow brightly, letting its energy flow over to Sableye. Sableye was engulfed, causing it to go through another evolution right after the battle took its start. Asterisk. These are random trainers, but I gave one a Mega Evolution. May or may not decide to bring this one trainer back in future =3 Chapter 81, Let's Battle. Sableye evolved into Mega Sableye just as the raid battle started. As a result, it gained a giant pink transparent gem-like stone, and hid behind it. Seeing a Mega Evolution happen in the public eye, excitement appeared in their eyes. It was still new to each region, so I'm guessing this person was one of Professor Sycamore's recipients for the Mega Ring, just like I was. I am curious to see how many he actually delivered, I'm sure it wasn't just a few. I'm glad to see them being put into use now. That thought ended real quick as this trainer was the first of the 5 to announce their attacks. Sableye, use Dark Pulse, the trainer with the Sableye said, revealing his move. Sudowoodo, follow Sableye and strike Lugia with Rock Slide, the second trainer said. Corviknight, fly toward Lugia and use Steel Wing, the third trainer said, who likely hailed from Galar, seeing that he had a Corviknight. Garchomp, leap off from the ground and hit Lugia with Dragon Claw, the fourth trainer said. Bisharp, follow Garchomp and also jump. Strike Lugia hard with a Night Slash, the final trainer said. 5 consecutive attacks were revealed by the 5 trainers. Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, Steel Wing, Dragon Claw and Night Slash. 5 powerful moves. These guys were likely no slouches either. Sableye used its hands, sending off a powerful wave of dark energy straight at Lugia. Unfortunately, Lugia was still in the air and gracefully dodged it, which sent the Dark Pulse further into the sky. Lugia dodged again the moment Rock Slide stones tried to strike Lugia down. Dark Pulse and Rock Slide hit each other, creating a muffled boom. Corviknight was the next to act, and its wings started to glow a bright white glow. Its fully body was made of steel plates, so it would hit rather hard should it connect with Steel Wing. It was quite bulky, but it effortlessly lifted up into the air as if the steel meant nothing to it. It flew fast, and aimed at Lugia straight on. Unfortunately, the moment Corviknight got close, every time it tried to swing its wings at Lugia to try and hit it, Lugia would dodge every steel wing. But Corviknight wasn't alone. It was in a raid battle, so Garchomp took this time to speed off into the sky with a powerful leap. Garchomp tucked its fins in, arriving at Lugia in mere seconds. This speed caused Lugia to look right at Garchomp, who extended one of its fins out, only for its claw to start glowing. A green light made of dragon energy encompassed its claw, and Garchomp struck out. Bang! Among the 5 Pokémon, Garchomp actually managed to land a blow on it, which excited the trainers. Unfortunately for them though, the 5 trainers saw the injury caused by Garchomp to be completely healed up by Lugia. The tear on its body vanished. Not only was Lugia very powerful, it had high healing capabilities, as shown here. It could regenerate injuries quite quickly through moves like Recover. A faint glow appeared over Lugia as its injury went away, making it good as new. But they didn't stay idle. Bisharp took this time to leap up, using the momentum. Bisharp's own claws started to glow in a dark color, signaling it using Night Slash. This move specifically has a high chance to land its blow as a critical hit, which would cause more damage. Bisharp saw Garchomp descending. Garchomp noticed Bisharp jumping up right at it, so Garchomp used its fins to propel Bisharp forward. Lugia saw Bisharp heading right at it, so it decided to take Bisharp head-on. Bisharp swung out hard, striking against Lugia's large body, which earned a couple more hits in. Lugia flinched as one of its attacks landed as a critical hit. A couple of slashes appeared on Lugia's body. As a result, Lugia roared out, causing everyone to flinch. Lugia's roar was quite loud, even reaching here. As the 5 Pokémon tried to recover themselves, we saw Lugia suck in. Opening its mouth, it launched a powerful airstream, blasting right into every Pokémon these 5 trainers had. Mega Sableye tried to use its shield to cover Sudowoodo, but they too got blasted away, getting hit right into their trainer's arms. This move was Lugia's signature move, Aeroblast. The 5 Pokémon got hit hard by Lugia's Aeroblast, creating a large distance between them. They couldn't even recover before we saw Lugia flap its wings, soaring back into the sky. So that ended the raid battle. As expected of Lugia. Even several Pokémon at once, it can do so much. Lugia does so well battling in the air. But I wonder, Lugia is known as the guardian of the sea, does it battle even better while underwater? I wondered to myself. As I did, the trainers that just challenged it now became a bit dejected, but they were thankful for getting the chance to battle Lugia. Lugia speed along the water, heading toward the left side of the port. Wait, that's where Go and I are right now. After blinking for a moment, we saw Lugia coming right at us. Thankfully the trainers here were more scarce, as most of them gathered in the middle area of the port. Still, I acted quickly. Go, snap out of it. Lugia is coming over here, I said, speaking out to Go, who was dazed by watching the finished battling. Yeah, Go responded back in surprise, only to realize Lugia was soaring right toward us. Go, you should probably step aside. You don't have a Pokémon to battle Lugia, right? I asked him. Turning his head back at me, he blinked for a moment. That's right. Wait, don't tell me you are going to battle Lugia too? Those other trainers couldn't do much even with those powerful Pokémon, Go yelled back in surprise again. That's the plan. I don't think I'm the only one who is going to try this time though, I answered back, which caused some confusion to appear in Go's eyes. Ha ha ha, so you could tell right away, kid? Mind if I join ya? There's no way I wouldn't miss a chance to battle against a Pokémon like Lugia on my home turf, even if it might just be for a mere moment, a voice said, calling out to us. It didn't take long before a towering figure approached us. It is you after all, Lieutenant Surge. Glad you could join us, I answered, seeing the tall Lieutenant Surge in front of us. This, the gym leader of Vermilion City, Go said, looking at Lieutenant Surge. You might want to step aside. Lugia is fast approaching, Lieutenant Surge said to Go. Right, Go acknowledged. He then retreated further behind us. Just to say something, I plan to use a certain move. Make sure your Raichu doesn't get hit by it, I said to Lieutenant Surge. Of course. So this is your main partner, hey? This Ninetales is quite big. Ninetales yelled out happily. I only smiled back at him. Come on out, Raichu, Lieutenant Surge said, showing a fully recovered Raichu. I nodded seeing this, and seeing Raichu appear earned some cheers. In the next moment, Lugia arrived at the left side of the port, arriving right in front of us. The onlookers got excited seeing the Vermilion City gym leader enter the fray, so they backed away to give us some room. Lugia was now in front of us, flapping its wings. A smile appeared on my face. Lugia, let's battle, I announced. Chapter 82, Jump. Did I have the qualifications to fight a legendary Pokémon at this point in time? Let alone a mythical Pokémon? Probably not. But the trainers seemed to not be bothered by that thought. Every one of them got fired up, using their main Pokémon to challenge Lugia without a care. I wanted Amber to experience the power of a mythical Pokémon too. Back when I was a kiddo, the newborn Vulpix battled against a legendary. I knew I was way over my head at the time, but that battle was to teach Amber how fast the Pokémon world can become. 10 years later, besides becoming partners with Mew, we have come across our first mythical Pokémon in such a way. How could I not get fired up too to have a battle with it, even if Amber will likely lose? I only wanted to use one move in this exchange, and this will definitely cause surprise to the onlookers too. I could feel and see Amber getting excited too, wanting to try out the move again. Since we started our Kanto journey, we've only used it once so far. To begin with, Lieutenant Surge yelled out his first move. He knew, so he was going to create some distance. Reissue, distract Lugia. Try to hit it with your thunder, Lieutenant Surge, pointing his finger outward. Reissue. Reissue said, closing in. But it remembered my words, and created as fair enough distance from it to Ninetales. In response, Lugia let out another graceful roar. Electric energy started to surge forth from Reissue's body. A huge stream of electricity burst forth from Reissue. Thunder was one of the most powerful electric-type moves. A huge pillar shot up, shooting right at Lugia. It shot out really fast too, and Lugia decided to take Reissue's thunder. Boom! A powerful thunderous boom struck the port right as thunder hit, and Lugia got struck hard. It got surrounded by an electric surge, creating smoke clouds along the way. Now, kid! Before Lugia can recover, Lieutenant Surge yelled out to me, giving me the signal. Already on it. Let's show Lugia our bond, Amber, I yelled out in response. Ninetales also said in anticipation. I took this time to touch the Z-ring on my other wrist. Placing my hand Ninetale on Z, I activated it. The Z-ring started to glow once I started to move my arms in a certain way. As for Go, he turned his attention back to me, and saw me start Ninetales Z move. So you're activating one of those rings of yours. Now that I think about it, it looks rather familiar, Go uttered to himself. Wait, now that I think about it, don't those trainers from Alola have these? But why is yours black? Go questioned to himself. It only took a moment for me to finish activating Ninetales Z move. Its energy surged forth, encompassing Ninetales in an icy glow. As it did, a phantom image appeared over it. Lugia took this time to shake off Reissue's thunder with minor damage taken to it. Lugia was thinking of using Recover again, but it noticed Ninetales' energy it was currently gathering, which drew Lugia's full attention. Do it, Amber. Zero Ice Prison, I said my move. After I did, ice energy swept forth the port. Trainers could feel the sunny temperature drop. Some became surprised seeing a giant pillar of ice suddenly form beneath Ninetales' feet. The pillar kept expanding upward, until it finished forming. No wonder why you wanted my Reissue out of the way. Reissue would have been frozen into an ice cube, haha, Lieutenant Surge said with a laugh. Z moves, huh? That's an Alola region thing ain't it? Lieutenant Surge asked. Sure is. I went abroad there for a while, I answered, nodding my head. You really went to the Alola region, Itsuki, Go also responded in surprise. I'll keep the part of Tapu Koko giving me an upgraded Z move a secret, as the Alola Guardians came all the way over to Pallet Town, I said to myself. Yes, I simply answered Go. After I did, Ninetales' giant pillar of ice finished forming, raising herself several feet into the air. It was well above Lieutenant Surge as well, causing him to look up at it. This move behaves very similarly to Sub-Zero Slammer, but there was a key difference to this move. Ninetales shot out a large beam of ice from her mouth, which converged into ice crystals along the way, rapidly heading toward Lugia. In response, Lugia started to form its own energy in its mouth. It didn't gather energy to fire off another aeroblast though. No, the color being gathered in Lugia's mouth was very pure and orange in color. Seeing this shocked a lot of trainers. Look, Lugia is charging up a hyper beam, one of the nearby trainers yelled out. Seeing this, one of the trainers in the earlier group of 5, owning the Garchomp, turned toward the trainer who had the Mega Sableye earlier. Shall we help this guy out? He asked. Seeing this, the trainer with the Mega Sableye took a moment at me and the firing Ninetales. I felt this guy look at me for a moment, only for him to look away after, but I kept my eye on the ongoing battle. The trainer shook his head. Nah. I've heard of Z moves before. They can be quite powerful, but against a Pokémon like Lugia, and for Lugia to respond with a Hyper Beam, the result is obvious. This guy's gonna lose, the trainer responded, and turned his head back toward Lugia. Hey, I'm trying here too, you know, I inwardly retorted back at him. As that was said, Lugia finished charging its Hyper Beam, and shot it out. It ripped through the sky, aiming straight toward Zero Ice Prison. In the next moment the two collided against each other. A large explosion blasted forth, creating a loud noise which caused some to flinch. The attack didn't stop there though, both sides seemed to be even for a bit. It was what came next where the magic laid in Zero Ice Prison. While the two blasts were striking against each other, slowly but surely, large icicle chains started to break away from the center of Zero Ice Prison. Once these chains had nothing obstructing them, they launched right at Lugia. Seeing this, Lugia tried to push its Hyper Beam further, closing some distance to Ninetales, but sadly for it, the first chain of several hit Lugia. Bang! It was at this moment something seemed to click inside my head, causing me to look at Lugia. It was only briefly, but Lugia looked back at me. However, the icy chains continued to strike against Lugia, creating damage marks on its body. Lugia's Hyper Beam had about a fourth of the way left before it would hit Ninetales. But it stopped there, only to have Lugia fire one after another, trying to break the chains. As it tried to do so, the chains managed to fully wrap around Lugia. They then expanded out, creating a giant icy prison, restricting Lugia. Lugia took this time to cast Recover once again, restoring its taken damage. Surprise could be seen across many seeing that I was able to momentarily trap Lugia, but it seems even that wasn't able to keep it chained for long. It decided to suck in a deep breath, before whipping up a powerful wind. Lugia launched a continuous stream of aeroblasts inside, which slowly started to form a tornado over the water. The icy chains started to crack, it didn't take long for them to snap and break. Crack! Breaking free, Lugia blasted another aeroblast straight downward, aiming right at Ninetales. The moment aeroblast struck, it caused the icy pillar to start cracking. It also blasted Ninetales off of it, which caused me to enter a sprint. Amber, I yelled out, running quickly. Reishu also got blasted away with this wind, causing Lieutenant Surge to act quickly as well. Thankfully the force of this blast caused Ninetales to head down right in my direction. As a result I was able to catch Ninetales from flying any further. It was during this that the icy pillar crumbled. Lugia was now completely free too, ending its windy tornado. You okay, Ember? I asked Ninetales. Ninetales responded back. Seeing this, I recalled Ninetales. The winner was obvious. Lugia is a very powerful Pokémon. Lieutenant Surge also recalled his Reishu after seeing it got fainted that last attack and returned to our side. Go shook out of his amazement, only for him to speak out next. Look, Lugia is now at the sea level. Is it waiting for something? Go asked, pointing his finger. We then saw Lugia now hovering in the place below where we had just battled. It also continued to look at me for a bit, before flapping its wings to take to the skies again. As it did, Lugia let out a graceful roar, speeding alongside the port in the other direction, heading away from us. Go replied, seeing Lugia start to leave. He quickly regained his composure, and darted his eyes around for a bit. Go, I asked him seeing him behave like this. Quickly, I think we can still catch up to Lugia if we head in this direction, Go said, quickly heading off without warning. Hey, I tried to say back, but he was quite fast. Looks like we'll be heading off for now, Lieutenant Surge. Thanks for the assist there, I said. Haha, no problem. I'll stay at the harbor here with the others, Lieutenant Surge responded. Hearing that, I headed off to where Go was trying to reach. We ended up leaving the harbor, only to reach a windy stone mountain of sorts. Lugia started to fly up, which caused Go to start climbing its stairs. After reaching the first pass, the land flattened out a bit, bringing us to a circular edge. We could now see Lugia not too far away. In fact, Lugia was now quite close to us. It obviously knew of our presence again, but that didn't stop Go. Seeing Lugia within distance, I finally caught up to Go. Now the only thing left to do, let's go, Go said, bending his legs down. Before I realized it, Go jumped off the cliff, and launched himself right over Lugia. It was obvious he was intending to land on Lugia. Of course you'd do something like this, don't blame me later for this, I retorted seeing Go jump. I reacted fast, pouring power into my legs, and jumped off as well. Will we reach Lugia in time? Chapter 83, Conversation. Likely due to my height and my weight being bigger, the force from the jump caused me to descend quicker than go. In the next moment, I saw my 2 feet land directly on Lugia's back. As for Go though, he ended up latching onto Lugia's tail. It was quite slick. Go felt his hands start sliding and he slid under, to where his body was now underneath it. Clear worry appeared in his eyes, as it seemed he was about to fall off. Seeing this, I shook my head and approached the tail. Go's worry changed into surprise seeing me fine and on Lugia with him. Give me one good reason to pull you up, Go. What you did was crazy. Did the thought ever occur to you that you would miss? I asked, retorting him. I am sorry, I just had this feeling that it would work. Could you pull me up, please? Go asked. Well, I guess so. You did say the magic word, haha, I answered with a chuckle. Keeping my position steady, I reached down with my arm. Go was able to get a grip on it. I then pulled him up in one go, bringing Go onto Lugia's back. Go slouched over as he became out of breath. That only lasted for a moment before he realized where he was now. Amazement shone in his eyes as he started to look around. I'm really riding on Lugia, Go said in amazement, finally dawning on him that he was in fact currently on Lugia. Taking this time, they realized they were now back over the sea, currently flying away from Vermilion Harbor. Lugia's flight was now more calm, which allowed Go and I to stand firm on its back. Go took this time to see Lugia's back in more detail, marveling as he went. That's how Lugia moves the fins on its back, Go said. Haha, why don't you start recording with my device? I'm sure Professor Cerise would love to see this up close, I said with a laugh, seeing Go behave like this. Even I'm having a hard time believing we're currently on the back of a mythical Pokémon, flying over the sea. Of course. You managed to record that battle, right? I did. I'll leave this device to you for now, I said, turning it back on. I then passed it to Go, who started to record Lugia in further detail. All settled then? Yes, I answered, hearing this question. Hearing this, Go tilted his head in confusion, wondering why I said that, as if I had answered another question of his. Yes to what, Itsuki? I didn't ask anything else. I'm currently recording data here, Go said with confusion in his eyes. It took a good moment in silence to realize who the voice of that question belonged to. Its tone was obvious different from Go's, which caused my eyes to turn wide. Turning my head, I saw Lugia, who actually had its head cocked, with one of its eyes looking back at me. Lugia, I asked, hesitantly. Hearing this confused Go even more. Itsuki, is everything okay? Go asked. It is, for now. Go continue to gather your data. I might need to concentrate here, I answered him. Right away, Go said in confirmation, going back to record Lugia's data. As he did, I approached the other way, reaching Lugia's center. Steadying my breath, I sat down, and closed my eyes. So you're here at last, the same voice said, but this time it was directly spoken into my mind. Likely through some sort of psychic energy. It made sense, as Lugia was part psychic type. Communicating through telepathy isn't out of the norm for it. As I've thought, this voice. It's you, isn't it, Lugia? I asked. Yes. Welcome, wing bearer of my rival. Wing bearer, are you referring to the rainbow wing Ho-Oh gave me? Is Ho-Oh truly your rival? I asked back with interest. Ho-Oh indeed is. Our domains are different, Ho-Oh commands the skies while I rule the seas, but every so often we clash. But most of the time, I go where the storms take me, Lugia answered. I see. Your latest storm took you right to Vermilion Harbor, and I happened to be there. Yes. It was thanks to you battling me earlier could we form this connection. You have quite a close bond with your partner, but I sense that isn't the only bond you share. I feel another, one more closer to our kind, Lugia explained the situation to me. Sure enough it was probably that clicking I heard earlier. Lugia's next point also raised my curiosity. Your kind? I asked Lugia. Yes. Though that term may be a bit vague. I'm more referring to the aspect of concepts here. Like I explained earlier, my domain are the seas, and Ho-Oh are the skies. As for you, your Pokémon is really special, Lugia continued to say. Indeed. You must be referring to Mew then. Even now, I do not know why Mew took a liking to me. What would Mew's concept be? I asked back with interest. You are correct. Mew is rather an enigma of a Pokémon. If I had to say, Mew's concept would be origin, Lugia explained. Origin? That does make sense, since researchers often depict Mew as the root of all Pokémon. Every strand of Mew's DNA brings forth one of any existing Pokémon we know today. And we don't even know if we've discovered them all yet. But that does rise to some confusion. Isn't Arceus said to have created everything? I said. Origin and creation. One which it originates, while the other creates, are two different concepts. Arceus's concept is creation. It is different from origin. So are you telling me it was Mew who came before Arceus? I do not know. Most of us just watch over our own concepts, Lugia said, unable to answer, which made me feel a bit guilty teasing Lugia like that. Haha, disregard that question of mine. Still, it is great to be able to talk with you like this, Lugia, I said, inwardly smiling. It is for me too. By the way, hold on tight, Lugia announced, which quickly brought me to open my eyes again. I then quickly spoke out to Go, who could still be seen gathering data. Go, quickly hold on to something. Lugia's going to ascend, I quickly said. What do you mean by that? Go tried to respond, only to see Lugia shift its body. It started to change its position from horizontal to vertical. The moment Go saw that, he registered my words, quickly securing my device and grabbed a hold of Lugia's back so he would fall off. Whoosh! In mere seconds, Lugia took to the skies with us along with it. After that time passed, Lugia changed its position again, flattening itself out. We could now see the land far below us now. Not only that, there was a flock of Fearow soaring high. If one looked closely, these Fearow held the same position as Lugia did, forming a triangle formation in the sky. Go became excited seeing this. It's a flock of Fearow. Every one of them is flying at the same height as Lugia, Go said, taking this time to record this as well. The wind feels good up here too, doesn't it? I also asked Go, feeling the breezy sky. We were on Lugia's back, so there was quite a bit of wind, but Lugia calmed its speed down to where it was manageable again. Yeah. I'm really glad we could make this happen, Go responded back with a big smile. Me too, I said, also smiling. Chapter 84, Silver Wing. Lugia had given me insight to how some of the world, or should I say universe, worked here in this world I was brought to by God. It is governed by concepts, which in simple terms, are aspects of existence. Lugia explained that it ruled the seas, and Ho-Oh ruled the skies. Mew governed origin, while Arceus governed creation. What really brought me to my thoughts was Mew. Its concept is origin, to where everything originates. Why exactly did Mew choose me to be its partner? Did Mew simply just not know, and chose me on a whim? Or did Mew know that I didn't come from this world? That I originate from somewhere else? Even mythical Pokémon like the Guardian Tapus became interested in me, but it was Mew who decided to partner up with me. That was the only reasoning I could think of at this point in time. Still, Lugia shed some light, and I was grateful to Lugia. And at this very moment, we could be seen high up in the skies, enjoying the sea breeze, being surrounded by a flock of Fearow that showed no aggression. Like this, a couple moments passed in silence. Get ready, Lugia said, announcing that it was going to take its next move. Hearing this, I quickly spoke out to Go. Go, get ready to hold on to something again. Lugia's going to descend, I spoke out quickly, which surprised Go once more. Not again, Go tried to say, only to see Lugia let out a graceful roar. It then arched its neck and started to swoop down, giving us barely any time to spare. Thankfully Go was quick this time as well, and he secured his position, as did I. At the same time Lugia's speed started to speed up, creating a downdraft. I was getting a similar feeling to those sudden drop rides at theme parks. This only lasted for a bit, because we saw Lugia open its mouth. An orange light didn't converge inside of it this time. This time it was a pure crystal-like blue, just like the sea. Brace yourselves, Lugia said again. Go, make sure to hold on tight, I said, saying Lugia's words to Go. No way, Go, while nodding his head, responded back in surprise, only to see Lugia charge up a hydro pump. In an instant, Lugia shot it out, aiming straight toward the sea below us. Go made sure to hang on tight. In the next moment the powerful hydro pump struck the sea, creating a large bang. Water started to fly upward as if it became rain. Not only that, Lugia blasted a huge crater that sunk down even further. Darkness appeared at the end of the giant crater. Then gravity took form. The waves started to crash against each other, which started to fill this giant crater. But Lugia didn't waste time, and actually started to fly into it. In no time at all, we arrived inside the giant crater. It became rainy while the sun was still bright, causing a beautiful rainbow to form. Go's eyes started to sparkle seeing how beautiful this scene was. Wow, Go said, uttering to himself. That free-falling feeling I had earlier vanished during this time, taking a few seconds to enjoy the scenery. Instead it was replaced by what seemed to be a smooth roller coaster, except we were still on Lugia's back. Let us go, Lugia said again, seemingly wanting to move on to its next area of interest. As for what it was, Lugia was now straight toward the approaching water. Lugia looked right at it. Lugia looked like it was about to enter it. Seeing this, I tapped Go, who quickly snapped out of it. In one go, I held my breath. Go saw me do this and he held his breath as well. Lugia then sped into the water. Shielding our eyes for a brief moment, I opened them up again. Our scenery changed completely. Instead of being open to the sky, we were now fully submerged underwater, but that didn't seem to hinder Lugia at all. Tons of different Kanto water Pokémon roamed underwater. Tentacruel, Tentacruel, Golden, Seeking, Horsa, Seadra, you name it. Go nor I could obviously speak right now, but once Go opened his eyes, a big smile appeared on his face. If we opened our mouths right now, we would swallow up seawater, haha. As we sped along underwater, a school of Golden and Seeking swam by Go, allowing him to get a close-up them. My device was waterproof, so it was able to do recordings even in water. Go went ahead and got busy again, and as he did another couple Horsa and Seadra approached my side with interest. I felt one of the Seadra's scales, and surprisingly, they felt smooth and not rough. Playing with them for a few seconds, I waved them goodbye, and they swam down deeper into the ocean. Go also waved goodbye to the ones he played with. How much longer are you able to hold on? Lugia asked. It knew humans couldn't stay underwater for long, unlike it could. I can go on for a bit longer. I personally trained my lung capacity for deep diving, but Go probably hasn't. It is probably best to head back up soon, I inwardly said to Lugia. As I did, I turned back to Go, who started to strain his face. It was clear Go was starting to lack some air. Got it. It may have been short, but I was able to show you beneath the seas. Did you enjoy it? Lugia asked again, preparing to ascend again. Yes. Very much so. It's almost like a different world here, I answered back, smiling. Not only that, but a dangerous one. Humans may excel on land but going beneath the seas is entirely different, Lugia explained a bit. After Lugia said that, Lugia let out a roar underwater. It was muffled, but it still caused the nearby Pokémon to scurry away. We then saw Lugia twist its body, as if it was going to start up another tornado. Rapidly twisting, Lugia swam upward, creating a huge splash the moment we resurfaced. Go finally took a breath of air once he saw we were now above the sea again. At the same time he looked excited. That was amazing, Itsuki. There were so many water Pokémon down there, Go said in excitement. That's just a drop in the ocean if you are serious about going on your adventure. You said you are departing with Chloe tomorrow, right? I asked Go. Yes. We reached a decision to set off and explore Kanto together, just like you three are doing. Professor Cerise already has our starting Pokémon waiting for us to choose from, Go answered. Then we may see each other at the league, haha, I replied back with a laugh. Go was never a serious battler in the anime, but with the amount of Pokémon he caught then, if he trained them well, he would be a force to be reckoned with should he try doing gym challenges and such. I'm very much looking forward to it. Still, I wonder, will Lugia take us someplace else now? Go asked with interest. It's almost time. Let us find you guys a spot to get off it. You want to be close to that port we encountered each other, yes. If that would be possible, thank you, Lugia, I inwardly said. It is no matter. Plus I wish to give you two something as well once we land, Lugia further said, which caught my interest. If anything I think I could already guess at what it could be. But for Lugia to give it to Go as well, perhaps Lugia deemed Go worthy to have a chance to battle with it in the future? Looks like it's almost over. Prepare for landing, Go, I explained to him. Why yes, Go said, nodding his head. After he did, with one last graceful roar, Lugia started to speed toward the mainland of Kanto again. This time Lugia brought us outside of Vermilion City. It was a big field of flowers. Several different grass-type Pokémon could be seen. Lugia took this time to land, which brought us into the center of the flower field. As Lugia did, several grass Pokémon looked at us from afar in curiosity. Seeing it was time to get off, Go reluctantly proceeded to do so, and I followed. Thank you for allowing us to ride you, Lugia. Albeit short, you were able to let us see more of the world, I said, thanking Lugia. I then walked up to it and reached out my hand to place it on its neck. It felt warm. After doing so, Lugia let out another graceful roar in response. We then saw Lugia start flapping its wings again, only to slowly lift off from the ground. After lifting a few feet into the air, I heard Lugia's voice echo in my mind once again. It is no problem. But before I go, please let me present this to you too, Lugia said. Lugia then flapped its wings hard, which caused the flowers nearby to rustle. After doing that, Go and I shielded our eyes a bit, but perhaps it was due to the glare of the sun that it took us a good moment to react. We eventually saw 2 feathers drop down from Lugia. I walked up to the left one to catch it while Go snapped out of it, and walked up to the right feather. Once we both caught them, Go's eyes turned wide. Itsuki, this, Go tried to say while looking at this feather. We were able to get a closer look at it. It was pure silver. It split off at its tip, which acted as both of Lugia's wings. This was indeed the silver wing Lugia is able to grant to trainers. Perhaps Lugia found it in Go that Go will be able to challenge Lugia in the future? I could only speculate for now. Lugia actually spoke out once more, which caught me by surprise. This is the counterpart to my rival, the silver wing. Is it alright for me to receive such a thing? This is basically your blessing, isn't it, Lugia? I asked Lugia. Yes. Ho-Oh gave you its blessing, as did I. There are reasons for everything. Once you arrive in Johto, present the 2 wings to the shrine in Ilex Forest. Only then will the guardian of the forest deem you are worthy, Lugia explained a bit further, which caused me to blink my eyes. Bring the silver wing and rainbow wing to Ilex Forest? And by presenting them to the guardian of the forest, it will deem that I am worthy? Worthy of what? I asked aloud in surprise, which caused confusion to appear in Go's eyes. You will find that out on your own. With this I bid you 2 farewell, Lugia said, not giving an answer. We then saw Lugia flap its wings, only to soar back up into the skies. Lugia flew quickly, making its way back to the nearby sea, and dove into it, disappearing from sight. Itsuki, what do you mean the silver wing and rainbow wing? I was beginning to doubt myself, but you acted as if you were able to converse with Lugia during our time on it, Go asked in confusion. That's cause I was conversing with Lugia, I answered back, still confused by what Lugia meant in that last part. The guardian of the forest, I could only think of one Pokémon for that if it's the Johto region. The other mythical Pokémon, Celebi. Looks like I have even more an incentive to go to Johto now after our journey is done in Kanto. And despite me answering that simply, shock appeared in his eyes. You were actually talking with Lugia, Go yelled back in surprise. Of course I was, you dolt. Many psychic Pokémon have the ability to converse through telepathy. Did you forget that? I retorted back at him. I know, but this is Lugia we're talking about, man. It won't talk to just anyone. Haha, that is true. But for now, keep that silver wing safe, for it is Lugia's blessing. It may deem you are worthy enough to challenge it in the future. I know, even now I'm finding it hard to believe a silver wing is in my hands, Go nodded. You managed to record this whole event, right? I'm sure Professor Cerise is getting plenty of data to use by this, I asked Go. Of course I did, Go responded in confidence. Good. We ought to head back now. Lugia brought us to outside Vermilion City, I'm sure we can make it back before sundown. We have a sleepover to attend to tonight after all, I said. That's right. You can crash in my room tonight, Go nodded back. Up for another ride on Amber, I grinned back at Go, who shivered a bit hearing that. Not again, Go said, letting out a groan, but he couldn't refuse. I called out Ninetales. Getting ready, I heard Go scream all the way as we dashed through the flower field, making our way back to Vermilion City. Asterisk. Chapter 85, Sleepover. Bark. Bark! Bark! Barking noises resounded at the entrance to Professor Cerise's lab. Yamper could be seen wagging its tail happily nearby a figure who could be seen slouched over on the ground. His tongue was currently rolled out of his mouth. It was obvious to see this figure was tired. "Ha, I'm never riding on your nine tails again," the figure said. This person was obviously Go, who was worn out by the fast traveling I did while we rode nine tails back into Vermilion City. But thanks to that, we made good time, as the sun could now be seen setting. I must say, today was a blast, which ended up with Go and I each receiving a silver wing from Lugia. And according to Lugia, I must make my way to Ilex Forest when we arrive in Johto, but nothing else was explained. That part still remained a mystery, but there was a very good chance I could end up meeting Celeb by then. "Oh, grow up, will you? You made it back safe and sound, didn't you?" a female voice said close by. A pretty maroon-haired girl could be seen next to Go. A nonchalant look could be seen in her eyes. But with Go being Go, that tiredness was soon replaced by excitement, causing Go to get up from the ground, and quickly approached Chloe, who was the girl beside him. "But you know, Chloe, I told you we would meet Lugia today. Not only that, Lugia let us ride it and it even gave Itsuki and I a silver wing." "Look," Go said excitedly, bringing out the silver wing Lugia gave us. "Yes, yes. You can report all of this to Dad. You must be pretty tired yourself, right, Itsuki?" Chloe asked, turning her head toward me after she picked up Yamper into her arms. "I still got plenty to spare." "Where are the others?" I decided to ask. "Dad is still busy in the lab room, recording all of the data you two took today. As for what we did, Serena and Lily can show you," Chloe said, bringing a smile to her face. "So you stopped being lazy today and actually did something, Chloe," Go retorted. But he couldn't even finish speaking before a look of anger appeared in Chloe's eyes. Go felt his back tingle, and he ended up getting chopped in the head. "Anyways, come inside you two," Chloe said, ignoring Go's retort. "For those that don't go inside now, they won't get dinner tonight," Chloe retorted back. Hearing that, Go heard his stomach start to rumble, causing him to dart into the lab, leaving our sight. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh again. "You know, they say the more a couple argues, the closer the bond the two share," I teased Chloe a bit. This actually earned a blush from her, but she didn't say anything and kept silent, only to head inside after Go. "Why don't we head on in too, Amber? I'm curious to see what Serena and Lily have been up to too," I said, only to see Ninetales beside me. Ninetales responded happily, following after me as we headed inside. A few moments later, I could see a busy Professor Cerise working many hollow panels on the main console he had, which stretched all the way to the ceiling. I had no idea how much money he paid to have this built, but it really records a lot of data for him. "Ooh, Itsuki, you're back. I must say this data you two gathered on Lugia is quite astounding. I don't think we've had any records of anything so up close. I had no idea Lugia's surface skin was so rough and crystal-like. It was very beautiful to see that," Professor Cerise explained as he greeted me. "I know, right? I'm curious if you are interested in gathering data on these beauties too," I asked, which brought Professor Cerise's attention. I went into my things and brought out not only the silver wing, but the rainbow wing as well. "These," Professor Cerise began to say. "This one is the silver wing Lugia just gave you too?" "Not only that, but isn't this the rainbow wing?" Professor Cerise responded excitedly. "The very same. I had a chance encounter with Ho-Oh when we left Pallet Town. I was wondering what the figure was we saw in the sky back then, but the moment I saw the rainbow wing drop in my hand, I knew that majestic bird was Ho-Oh. But by the time I realized, Ho-Oh was already gone," I explained to Professor Cerise. "So that's what happened, but to think you'd receive both wings. I do know you are set to leave tomorrow, but are you sure it's fine for me giving them to me for the duration of tonight to record their data?" Professor Cerise asked. "Of course it's fine. We are fellow professors after all. I will need the two back though once you're done with them," I said. "Leave it to me," Professor Cerise responded in confidence. But it was then we were interrupted by a third voice. "Does that mean you're not going to make it to tonight's dinner, Dad?" Chloe asked with a hint of sadness. Hearing this, we saw Chloe walk back to where we were, but with a surprise. She was actually wearing a cooking apron. "Of course I'll make it, sweetie. I don't want your mom bashing me again, haha," Professor Cerise said, letting out a laugh. "Besides, I'm already quite hungry as it is. Then that's great. 'Cause dinner will be ready in a few minutes actually, a fourth voice said, reaching our ears. The lab was in the main room, and all the way to the right was the kitchen area, which was right nearby the bedrooms. This figure was none other than Serena. She was currently wearing her normal outfit, but also had a white apron on. She could be seen with a soup ladle in her hand. Yes. Dinner is almost ready, a fifth voice said. This time Lily came out, also wearing an apron. This was what surprised me. Serena. Even Lily in a kitchen apron? Did you help out with dinner? I asked, surprised. We did. We can achieve things you are not aware of, Itsuki. But it was mostly Chloe leading while Serena and I followed. Don't be like that, you two were of great help to me tonight. We made a feast for everyone. Don't be picky with your food, Chloe said, letting us know dinner was near as well. We also invited Ren and Krissa, and they accepted. With all of us together, we dug in, enjoying a nice meal together. The sun had long set, and we stuffed our bellies. We made sure not to forget to feed our Pokémon either. After having dinner, Professor Cerise and his two assistants actually went back to work, bringing the Silver Wing and Rainbow Wing with them. I kind of felt sorry, as I probably just caused them to pull an all-nighter, but seeing them in the anime, it seems Professor Cerise was used to pulling all-nighters. As for us, we bid good night to Serena, Lily, and Chloe as the three headed for Chloe's room. Go did say he did have his own room here, but this was still Professor Cerise's home. That meant this place was Chloe's place. Go wasn't actually real siblings with Chloe. Go had his own family and his own siblings. This was a big misconception for those who hadn't gotten into journeys much. True childhood friends. Even still, he acted as if he still had his own room here. And once we entered his room, it was very styled to his liking. Mostly filled with Pokémon-related goods. As expected of an avid Pokémon fan. I hope you'll find this room to your liking for the night, Itsuki. I say it's my own room, but it's still their guest room, Go said while scratching his head apologetically. Haha, that's fine. I'll go take the couch bed, I said with a laugh. Are you sure? Go asked. Yeah. I also strip my clothes when I sleep, but what I have now will make do, I continued to say, which caused Go to tilt his head. You, sleep with no clothes on? Go asked. Doesn't that make you cold during the night? One would think so, but not if you have your girlfriend cuddling next to you, I replied with a grin. As I did go and I made ourselves comfortable in the guest room. I also took this time to pull out the couch bed and set it up for the night. We already spent a couple hours at dinner and it was quite well into the night now. I took off some clothes to where I was only wearing a nightshirt and boxers, while Go did the same. We then made our way to our respective beds. You're already that far with your two girlfriends? Go asked in surprise, laying down on his bed, while I sat down on mine near the pillows. Haha, from the outside it might appear that way. But if I'm speaking honestly, we haven't gone as far as you and Chloe did. Not as far as Chloe and I? What would you be referring to for that? Do I really need to spell it out for you? I retorted Go. Hearing that Go went silent, and a light blush appeared on his cheeks. You do know what I'm referring to then? You really had sex with Chloe? I asked, teasing Go a bit. Why you don't need to spell it out like that, Itsuki. But I won't deny you. We did do it after we became a couple. It was only one time though for now, since we are going to be our journey tomorrow, Go responded, but didn't deny me. Even now I still feel it's like a dream. It felt amazing, but it was Chloe taking the lead most of the time during it, Go uttered softly. Haha, I can see that happening, I responded with another chuckle. But were you serious? You haven't done it yet, Itsuki, Go asked with interest. I haven't. Our situation is a bit more special. Mostly involving Lily. It isn't well known yet, and not in the public eye, but Lily and I are already engaged, I explained a bit, which caused Go's eyes to turn wide. You and Lily are already engaged? Go asked in surprise, turning his head toward me. Yup, but it isn't actually official yet. Courtesy of her mother. According to her, as long as we make it and participate in the league, she'll officiate it. I still want to propose to Lily, and also Serena in my own way though. Amazing, is that why you started your journey? Not everyone can make it to the leagues, they're the best of the best, regardless of what region you're in. Part of it. The other part is me simply wanting to see what the world has to offer. And being a trainer is one of the best ways for that. To see what the world has to offer, that's a pretty big dream, Go said in anticipation. It is. You have your own dream too, don't you? I decided to ask. I do. I shortly realized it all the way back when we had that summer camp at Professor Oak's lab. You may not believe it, but Chloe and I encountered one of the rarest Pokémon out there at the time, Mew, Go said, explaining his experience at the summer camp we had about 10 years ago. Is that so? I simply asked. Hearing this, Go became confused, as if I wasn't surprised at all. Why are you acting like this? I'm talking about Mew here, Go retorted. The same Pokémon that is said to be progenitor of them all. Or could it be, you don't believe me? Go asked. This caused me to let out another laugh. Ha ha ha, it's not that I don't believe you, Go. It's the opposite in fact. I wonder if I should show you. Show? Show me what? Go asked with interest. Maybe I will. It is getting late. Why don't you come back here for the night, buddy? I said, raising my voice a bit. Hearing this confused Go even more. But unbeknownst to him, Mew, who had long finished playing in the sea and together with Lugia, returned to where we currently were staying at. Mew seemed very interested in Professor Ceresa's lab, especially the artificial biosphere they created out back. But once Mew heard my voice, it turned its head around, only to locate a certain room of the main building. Mew let out a giggle, before it vanished from sight, using teleport. In the next moment, Go couldn't believe his eyes. Go saw a small pink creature appear within my arms. Mew, Mew said happily, appearing in our room. Looks like you were around after all. Did you have fun today? I asked Mew. Mew, Mew answered as if it said yes. Mew then looked across the room, only to see a wide-eyed Go. Itsuki, you, Go tried to say, but unable to find any words. What you are seeing is real, Go. It wasn't actually long after you encountered Mew that I formed a bond with it. Ever since, Mew has been enjoying its time with us, I explained a bit. Wow, wait, what do you mean with us? You aren't the only one, Go asked. Nah. Lily and Serena know of Mew's existence. Not only them, but there is Cynthia too. You remember that quiet girl with the gibble, right? I said. Why wouldn't I remember Cynthia? It's truly hard to believe such a person from back then is today's current champion in Sinnoh. Right? Well, I thought about it, and decided to show Mew to you too. Besides, it seems Mew has taken a liking to you. Isn't that right? I asked, looking down at Mew. Mew, Mew responded happily. It then used teleport, escaping from my arms. Go then suddenly saw Mew appear on his bed, which startled him a bit. But then, Go was able to get a good look at Mew. Mew tilted its head for a bit, before letting out a giggle. Mew started to swerve around Go, which brought a smile to his face. It really is Mew, hi, Go started to say. He then started to feel his eyes get watery, only for a few tears to drop down the side of his face. He started crying. Tears, Go said in disbelief. Maybe you really wanted to see Mew again, I asked. Seeing this warmed my heart. Mew, Mew said, tilting its head a bit as it looked at Go in interest. That might be true, thank you, for showing me Mew again, Go said, wiping his tears away. Mew, Mew responded happily, hearing its name. It then used teleport once more, and it reappeared back into my arms. Haha, no problem. But knowing that Mew is caught by me, will you still chase after your dream? I decided to ask. Of course I will. I still want to catch as many Pokémon as I can, working my way up to Mew. But knowing Mew is caught by you now, my endgame might change, Go said excitedly. Oh? What would that be? I asked. That would be to challenge you to a battle using Mew, of course, Go said with a smile. Ha, what if I happen to become champion before then? I asked with a chuckle. Then that will make it all the more exciting, Go retorted. After saying that, Go and I decided to spend the remainder of the night, talking about our dreams, and before we realized it the next day came. By the time we regrouped with the girls, we became stunned, but I almost forgot what day today was. Asterisk. A longer chapter for today. Want to see the girls' side or skip? Chapter 86, Leaving for Celadon City. Vermilion City, Professor Ceresa's lab, Friday. Upon waking up I had discovered Mew had long left the room, it was not here anymore. It probably had started its day already, finding some place to have fun with. Maybe it went back into the sea to swim around? It isn't every day where we arrive next to it. Our next destination was Celadon City, which was more inland, so this will be the last time we will be at the sea for a while. But before that was one last event Serena, Lily and I had reservations for, a day cruise on the SSN. Not only that, we had tickets to the first-class cabin area, which I'm not sure many can afford. On such an occasion, one had to dress up fancy, especially since we will be receiving a full-course meal from hand-prepared chefs. Yet I could see a problem already right as I woke up. Go was still snoozing without a care. I could only sigh seeing this. He was quite looking forward to his start today as well, since he and Chloe would be choosing their starting Pokémon from Professor Cerise today. And since Professor Cerise had his lab based out of Kanto, the three would get to choose from Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. I checked in with Go and he said the two had already decided on who to choose. Go wanted to choose Charmander, while Chloe will choose Bulbasaur. However, with Go still snoozing away, how could he choose his first Pokémon like this? Getting up off the bed, I wandered over to his side and spoke out. Go, it's time to wake up, I said, trying to wake him up. Just 5 more minutes, Go uttered softly. I'll give you no seconds. Now get up, I retorted back. I made a swift move of my hand, chopping Go on his forehead. Ow, what did you do that for, Chloe? Go said as if he was still in a daydream. Haha, mistaking me for Chloe waking you up hey, I responded with a laugh. It wasn't until then I saw Go open his eyes. Oh, Itsuki, good morning. Good morning to you. Take these for me, I suddenly said after greeting Go. After that I threw him a pile of fancy clothes. A nice dress shirt, a tuxedo, black dress pants, and so on. Go became confused seeing these clothes. What are these for? Go began to say, only to realize what we had spoken of last night. Oh, that's right. You said you had a fancy date of yours didn't you? Doesn't your cruise start at 10? Go asked. It does. It's 8 AM now so we got some time to spare. Come help me put it on, I said to Go. Yes, Go nodded. He got out of bed and proceeded to help me dress up. A few minutes later, we heard the sound of a door knocking in our room, following a voice. Go, Itsuki, it's time to wake up, a voice said, revealing it to be Chloe. After opening the door, we saw Chloe come in, who immediately landed her eyes on me as I was fully dressed in a tux now. Wow, you really do shape up, Itsuki. Serena and Lily are really lucky to have you, Chloe responded with a rare compliment. Thank you, I said with a smile. Hey, I helped Itsuki dress up too, Go retorted. While in your boxers, Chloe retorted back, seeing Go still in his boxers. Stop being lazy and get dressed too. I won't let you see Dad looking like this to choose our first Pokémon. Ah. That's today too. I can't wait to see Charmander, Go said, getting excited. He then went to go put on his normal outfit. Well, it looks like you guys are up and raring to go, a fourth voice said, slowly approaching besides Chloe. We turned our heads, only to see Serena with her hair fully down. It split across her shoulders, which were bare. Beneath her shoulders was a very sparkly red dress, and she wore black heels and black leggings, without her hat on. Serena could see me looking at her for a good moment, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. How do I look, Itsuki? Serena asked. Stunning. Red suits you well, Serena, I responded with a smile. What about me? A fifth voice said, only for Lily to appear next to Serena and Chloe. This time it looks like Lily went with her classic image, making her the spitting image of the lily flower. On top of that, there were hints of blue on her dress. She combined that with white leggings and white heels. You look amazing as well, Lily, I said with smile to her too. After I did that, I walked up to Lily, and placed my hands around her back, pulling her in. Leaning in, I gave her a kiss, which left her in a daze. I proceeded to do the same thing to Serena too, giving her a kiss as well. Oh my, Chloe said, while Go just stood there, looking at us. Part of me was still in doubt, you three really are seeing each other, aren't you? Chloe asked. We are, Serena said, letting out a giggle. Taking the time to snap out of it, Lily parted from my side and looked at Chloe, speaking out to her. That's right. Aren't you going to kiss Go as well, Chloe? This is a big day for you two too, Lily said. Once Chloe heard that, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Oh fine. You are true about that. Go, close your eyes okay, Chloe said. Okay, Go said, but proceeded to close his eyes. Chloe then walked up to him, placing his arms around his back. Leaning forward, Chloe planted her lips on Go's, which caused Go to almost jump back in surprise. But he didn't, and hugged her back. The kiss ended in the next moment once Chloe parted from Go. Wow, Serena responded in surprise. Was that to your liking, Go? Chloe asked in embarrassment. It took Go a moment to recover, but he nodded with a smile. Yes, very much so. Good. Let us go meet up with Dad. We will have to say goodbye then. Goodbye, yes, once we start our journey, it will be a goodbye, hey? Think we'll cross paths while we both journey in Kanto and other regions, Go asked in wonder. I'm sure we will, I replied with a nod. Hearing me say that, we all nodded. Chloe took Go up on ahead while Serena, Lily and I followed behind them. I now took this time to ask Serena about last night, since the two slept in Chloe's room. I'm curious though, what all did you talk about with Chloe last night? I decided to ask. Hee, girl stuff. A secret, Serena answered, teasing back at me with a giggle. That's right. It's secret, Lily said, also nodding. Even you, Lily? Serena, you better not be giving Chloe any weird ideas, I whispered back into Serena's ears. Oh can it, will you? I know not to do that, Serena retorted back. This earned a giggle from Lily. Meanwhile, as we walked the interior hallways of Processor Cereza's lab, moving back time a bit. Last night to be specific, when Serena, Lily and Chloe saw Go and I enter the guest room, these three went on their way to Chloe's room. Along the way, Serena clapped her hands and spoke. Now that the boys are gone, we can finally get into the juicy details, Serena said with a smile. Juicy details of what? Chloe asked, feigning ignorance. After Chloe said that she closed the door to her room, bringing Serena and Lily inside. Don't act dumb. We want to know all of what happened between you and Go, Serena further said, while looking around the room. But I must say, your room is really pink. Thank you. I tried to match the style to my hair, but it might be too pink. I think your room looks splendid. It feels like you're at home here, Lily said, complimenting Chloe's room as well. Are you two fine with the couch? We have a lot of extra beds cause Dad brings in guests a lot. None of them come to my room though, this is just for my friends, Chloe said. That's fine with us. We will probably sleep together too. You're fine with that? Chloe asked. Yes. I'm used to sleeping together with Serena by now. It's just Itsuki won't be here for the night, Lily answered. Hearing that, Chloe became surprised. You guys are already sleeping with Itsuki? That's quite far, Chloe said. You might think that, but we like to cuddle every night. But we haven't gone as far as you and Go did. Chloe blushed a bit hearing Serena say that. Why, you aren't referring to that, are you? We are totally referring to that. So come on, tell us. Did it hurt? Serena asked. Lily took this time to pull out the bed from the couch. After she did, she put on the sheets. Only for a little bit, Go hadn't much of a clue for what was happening during it even though we had that class at school. I lead it most of the way, Chloe said while blushing. As she did, she climbed up on her bed. Did it hurt for you guys? Chloe decided to ask. Though once she said that, both Serena and Lily blinked at Chloe for a moment, confused. We haven't done it yet, you know? Among us, I think you and Go are the first to do the deed. I haven't checked in Gary and Green to see how far they've come though, Serena explained while Lily nodded her head. But didn't you two say you sleep with Itsuki every night? I thought he'd touch you too by now. Itsuki does touch us, but we mostly spend our nights cuddling. We haven't actually done it, Lily said. It's a bit situational. Should we tell that part, Lily? Serena asked. It's still being kept under the radar by your mother, isn't it? Tell me what? I don't see why we can't, Serena. Chloe, both Serena and I are currently engaged to Itsuki, but like I said it's a bit situational, Lily said, which caused Chloe's eyes to turn wide. Wow, you two are already engaged with him, as if you will be marrying each other in the future. Bingo. But I will say the proposal itself hasn't happened yet, I'm sure Itsuki will want to create a special scene for us to do it. Lily's mom just kind of threw it on us, but we aren't against it, Serena said with a smile. Yes, just like how you love Go, we love Itsuki, to the point of wanting to create a family with him, Lily also said with a smile. Sounds a bit complicated. I haven't thought that far with Go yet, I still feel like doing it was still a dream. I do love him though. That idiot just look way too long to realize it, Chloe said. Hehe, you said it yourself. But that is said and done. Why don't we get ready to head to bed for the night? I'm already tired a bit. Already? I thought we were going to go play some board games, Chloe said with a hint of confusion. We have our big date tomorrow. We told you that right, Lily asked. Ah, that is right. A cruise sounds really fun. Do you two have your outfits ready for that? We do. Would it be possible for you to help us put them on in the morning? Serena asked Chloe. Of course I'll be glad to help. We should head to bed now then, Chloe answered. Serena and Lily nodded hearing that. After they nodded, Serena got up, and proceeded to take off her clothes, revealing her bra and panties. But she didn't stop there, and started to unhook her bra, letting her breasts bounce. After that, she started to take off her panties, which caused Chloe to tilt her head. Wait, why are you taking everything off? Don't you have some pajamas? Chloe asked, which caused Serena to look back at her, only to look at Lily next. Oh wait, we probably shouldn't tell Chloe we sleep in the nude, should we? Serena asked. As she did, Chloe's eyes turned wide again. You kind of just let the litten out of the bag there, Serena, Lily responded with a giggle. You too, like to sleep naked? Chloe asked, only for something to dawn on her. And you do that even with Itsuki, Chloe blurted. Hehe, we do. That's our cuddling. You asked about it, didn't you? Serena retorted. I mean, I know I did, but, Chloe said back at Serena, only for her eyes to wander down a bit. She then tilted her head, seeing something stick out of Serena's butt. But I'm more curious to what that string is poking out of your butt, Chloe decided to ask. This caused Serena to look at Lily once more. Now that is something we probably shouldn't tell you, Serena tried to say. Itsuki is training Serena's butt right now, Lily said, dropping the bomb on Chloe, which started to make her head spin a bit. Training, you say? Like fondling it, Chloe asked. Cut it out, Lily, Chloe doesn't need to know this, Serena retorted Lily. He, Lily responded with a giggle. She took this time to take her clothes off as well. After she did that, Serena and Lily climbed into the couch bed. Haha, Chloe also said, letting out a laugh of her own. But seeing Serena and Lily now ready for bed, she spoke out. But you two really do sleep like that? I wonder when I will be able to do that with Go, Chloe asked. Why not try it out once you get situated in your journey? You and Go leave Vermilion City tomorrow, right? Serena asked. We do. We'll be choosing our first Pokémon tomorrow too once you guys head out. Dad will be giving them to us, Chloe explained. Having a professor for a dad is really nice, Lily said. It has its ups and downs, but it definitely makes it easy to start a journey, Chloe answered. We'll see you in the morning. Good night, Chloe, Serena said while Lily nodded. Good night. Serena, Lily. It was fun chatting with you two again like this, Chloe said with a smile. After saying that, she changed into her pink pajamas, and climbed back up into her own bed. Turning off the lights, the next day soon arrived. Fast forwarding again, Serena, Lily and I could be seen behind Chloe and Go. We made our way through the interior hallways, making our way to the main lab, where we could see Professor Cerise, and a very tired Ren and Krissa. Those two looked like they were about to crash and pass out for the night, but it's morning already. Good morning, Dad. We brought everyone, Chloe said, greeting her dad. So you guys came. Is it morning already? Professor Cerise asked. It is. Don't tell me you stayed up all night again, Chloe retorted. Haha, we did. We wanted to make sure we could get all the data we could on the Silver Wing and Rainbow Wing. Thank you for lending them, Itsuki, Professor Cerise said, who went to retrieve them from his lab. He then passed the two back to me, which I put back in my item collection. Always good to help out a fellow professor. I'd love to stick around some more, but us three have a cruise to catch. We will take our leave. Thank you for having us, you guys. Next time we come to Vermilion City, we'll make sure to contact, I said, saying goodbye. Serena and Lily also said goodbye. Have fun on your date, Itsuki. Let's cross paths again somewhere on the roads, Go responded happily, waving his hand. Chloe and the others also waved their hands goodbye, along with a few barks from Yamper. Along with that, Professor Cerise let his assistants drive us all the way down to the harbor, which we were very thankful for. I'm sure we could use our Pokémon, but Serena and Lily were in fancy dresses and I didn't want to ruin that. Thanking the two, we successfully boarded the SSN. 10 a.m. struck, and we left for the cruise, enjoying the day on the seas once more. I saw Mew playing underwater again, and we enjoyed the cries of water and flying Pokémon while listening to the crashing of the waves. Time was well spent as we talked with each other. Further into the night, we enjoyed a full-course meal and before we knew it, the cruise ended. There was no Team Rocket shenanigans here, cause if I remember at least once they would try to hijack the SSN to do their own bidding, and that order came all the way up from their leader, Giovani. But surprisingly that didn't happen here. The absence of Team Rocket has been annoying me a bit, but at this time I had no idea that Looker and his detectives were actually the ones cleaning up the trash here in Kanto. With the lack of Team Rocket, our journey so far has been smooth sailing. After the cruise, we called a taxi to take us back to the Pokémon Center. What I did find funny was that Serena did actually get a bit tipsy. Not from the sea, but from the alcohol we tried out during our dinner. We had plenty of recommendations to us during each course meal, and well, as a result, Serena got quite a bit tipsy from it. Maybe she can't handle alcohol that well? As for Lily, she actually handled it quite well. And as a result, Serena wouldn't stop clinging to me, even after we went to bed for the night. The next morning came before we realized it, and I woke up first as usual. Today would be the day to where we start our next stretch of our journey, to take down the Celadon Gym, Fuchsia Gym and the Saffron Gym. And maybe teasing Serena's butt some more along the way, haha. Seriously speaking though, Serena and Lily did say that Serena would probably be ready to try out the real thing during this next month, of which we would mostly spend it in Celadon City. But for that to happen, we got ready for the day, and left Vermilion City. We made our way back to the many underground passageways that crossed under Saffron City, which would let one travel throughout the right side of Kanto. Only this time, we would go left, making our way to Celadon City. Asterisk. Longer chapter for today. As you guys can probably see, Vol 2 is soon reaching its midpoint, which will be reached once the three get their Celadon Gym badge. I currently only have the Mewtwo movie planned for special events to happen in Kanto. What else would you guys like to see? Would it be appropriate to do events like the Lugia movie at the end of Kanto as well? The first real lemon will happen in Celadon City too, so look forward to it. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's see if we can get to 500 plus this week. Chapter 87, Route 7. Any nickname ideas for Itsuki's identity in the underworld? Ice related? Let me know. For those who haven't caught on, his other side is an Aether admin. He may or may not pay a visit to Team Rocket's hideout. Before we knew it, we were on the road again. The first week of February, 2010 passed in a blink of an eye, where spent it in Vermilion City. A little adventure with one of the mythical Pokémon, Lugia, to spending more time hanging out with friends I knew from childhood. Not only that, I came to know how this world works some more, and that I now have a long-term goal, making our way to Ilex Forest in Johto. Or perhaps it's more of a short-term goal. The Kanto League won't happen until December. It's February but we already have 3 of 8 badges. I wouldn't be surprised if we managed to gather all 8 badges before we make our trip back to Pallet Town in June. But that is still up in the air as we speak. One simple reason, Route 7. This route specifically has a couple of rare Pokémon I was wanting to catch before taking on the Celadon Gym with Serena and Lily. Everyone's favorite Cantonian doggo, Growlithe. Catching Growlithe will add in a fire type to my current roster. According to the style of the Celadon Gym, its gym leader, a girl who goes by the name Erica, does 3-on-3 battles. That meant I had to choose 3 Pokémon for this next battle. The first slot I've already chosen, it will go to Scyther. I've already started to focus on Scyther's training once we exited the underground portion that lead to Route 7. As for the second slot, it was a toss-up between Fearow and Aerodactyl. I am a bit hesitant to use fossil Pokémon, as I don't know if the gym leaders have seen them much. But on the other side, Lieutenant Surge was only the 3rd gym leader and yet he allowed Mega Evolution. So, I should be fine using Aerodactyl as my 2nd slot in Erica's gym, right? Good, it's decided. 2nd slot will go to Aerodactyl. As for the 3rd slot, it will go to Growlithe. Except Growlithe was the problem. Hell, even I managed to catch the other Pokémon that is even more rare than Growlithe, Porygon. Why do people always forget about this guy? Porygon in its evolution line is one of the strongest normal types, even in other regions. Porygon will also be useful to deal with Ghost-type Pokémon, since Ghost-type moves cannot affect normal types. I was also thinking of catching an Eevee, not only for me but for Serena and Lily as well. I know lots of people like to catch one if they journey through Kanto, but with how special Eevee is, it can round off your typings that one may lack. Since I'm planning to catch Growlithe now, I will have fire and water coverage. I also have grass and ice coverage, so that will leave me mainly to choose from Jolteon, Espeon, or Umbreon. At this very moment, I'm leaning toward Espeon. But even with these thoughts, I could only let out a sigh. Serena and Lily saw this. Lily tilted her head a bit and spoke. Itsuki, Lily asked. Say, Lily, Serena, how long have we been like this camping out in Route 7? I mean we can see Celadon City not too far away, but why won't these damn Growlithe show up? You agree with me, right, Porygon? I asked, letting out a defeated sigh. Porygon also replied back, confused. Hehe, we've already spent a week like this in Route 7. It's already halfway through February. Growlithe are quite rare. The only trainers I typically saw them with are those Officer Jenny. I don't mind spending time like this with you guys in the wild. Thanks to this 1 week we've already shown good progress in training our Pokémon for the next gym. I'm already feeling a lot more confident in battling the next gym leader, Erica. Isn't that right, Snowy? Vulpix, Snowy responded happily. That is true, we were able to use this time to train. Have you two decided on who to use for the Rainbow Badge? I decided to ask while taking another sip of my tea. It was morning again, on the 7th day we've spent on Route 7. We had our heavy-duty tent out and were currently relaxing in it. Serena and Lily both nodded their heads. I might have it the easiest actually. Erica specializes in grass types, right? I will for sure doubling up, using both of my fire Pokémon, Vulpix and Litten. As for my last slot, it will be Abra. Oh, wait, you two aren't Litten and Abra anymore, are you? Serena answered, bringing a smile to her face. Among Serena's Pokémon right now, 2 figures stood out from the rest. One was basically a larger red and white cat, about 2 or 3 times as big as its prior evolution. As for the other, it was a much larger yellow humanoid Pokémon. It could also be seen holding a metal spoon in its right hand. Torracat responded happily, letting out a purr as it coiled up in Serena's lap. Serena petted her newly evolved Torracat. Kadabra also responded. Kadabra was doing Kadabra things. It often found how to find its own enjoyment, and it was completely fine being near us. You are definitely set to take on Erica, Serena. What about you, Lily? I asked her. I should probably be fine. I'll lead off with Nidorina and then keep Butterfree in the back. If I have to use Snowy, I will. I do say we got quite a few grass checks already. Yes. Even for me, I'll resort to my flying types, Scyther and Aerodactyl. My last one may have to be Fearow if we can't find this damn Growlithe. Hehehe, we'll just keep trying our luck until one shows up. I guess that's what we will have to do. As for when we arrive in the city, it is known to have the largest selection of markets in Kanto. It should have a market for Pokémon eggs too. If we can find such a place, I was thinking of picking up 3 EV eggs for us to hatch while we travel, I decided to explain. Hearing this, Serena's eyes lit up while Lily became interested. EV eggs? Really? Won't that let us choose who we would want to evolve our EV into? Serena asked excitedly. That's exactly the plan. We will determine what type we lack, and buy the appropriate elemental stone to evolve our EV. Now would be a good time to stock up of what we need as well, for the next good stretch. After Celadon City, we will rent bikes and travel down the bicycle road to Fuchsia City to challenge Koga, the poison-type gym leader. After that we can reverse step our way back to Lavender Town and if we want to, catch some ghost-type Pokémon there. By then we will not be too far away to enter Saffron City to challenge Sabrina, the psychic-type gym leader. I explained the game plan to Serena and Lily. This is typically the normal route trainers take, as far as gym badges go, right? Lily asked. Yup. As for what we do after, we could cross paths back to Cerulean City and Pewter City to say hi to Misty and Brock again. Otherwise, we can fly out of Saffron City to fly directly into Viridian City to walk our way back to Pallet Town to travel down to Cinnabar Island by sea. Either way, we will make a quick stop st my home, I continued to say. I feel we should do the first option. It would be nice to see Misty and Brock again. If we can knock this next stretch out quickly, we will have plenty of time to travel more before making our way back to Pallet Town, Lily answered. I also agree with Lily. I'm already getting a good feeling for what we've got planned next. But that's still on hold cause we haven't found a Growlithe yet, hehe, Serena said with a giggle. Ugh, you don't need to remind me, I tried to say, only for us to hear what sounded to be rustling noises in the tall grass nearby our tent. Rustle, rustle. Grass rustling became louder and louder, as if it was approaching. Shhh, I immediately said, signaling the two to turn quiet. Serena and Lily closed their mouths and nodded. I got up first, bringing a Pokeball with me, which was Wartortle's. It didn't take long for us to find the place where the rustling was happening. Upon seeing what was in the grass immediately brought a smile to my face. Not only that, it also brought me shock. What I was originally looking for was an orange dog with black stripes, but appeared instead was a yellow dog with black stripes. It was a shiny Growlithe. Shiny Growlithe also took notice of me, quickly entering a defensive stance. Seeing it disperse flames from its mouth, it was raring to battle. Grr, Growlithe said, letting out a low growl. Let's do this. Go Wartortle. We mustn't let this guy run away, saying that, I tossed out my Pokeball, which brought out Wartortle. Wartortle, Wartortle said, immediately preparing to launch an attack upon seeing Growlithe. It was time to battle. Chapter 88, vs Growlithe. Still taking name recommendations for Itsuki's identity. Ice-related. Wartortle now stood several feet away from what appeared to be a yellow dog with black stripes on its body, a shiny Growlithe. The moment Growlithe took notice of Wartortle, it entered a defensive stance. It let out a growl, before fire energy converged in front of its mouth. Two large fangs made of fire appeared, and Growlithe dashed in. Fire Fang to begin with. Hey! Rafe, strike back with water gun. Hit those flames dead on, I said, using my first move. Wartortle sucked in, letting its water energy burst forth. One big stream of water gushed forth from its mouth, aiming right at Growlithe. Grow, Growlithe yelled out, only for it to dodge to the side, avoiding a clean hit with water gun. Wartortle tried to catch up to Growlithe by changing water gun's direction, which soaked the grass along the way, but Growlithe closed in fast. Just as water gun was about to hit, Growlithe jumped. Using its momentum, Growlithe sped in, quickly arriving at Wartortle. Rafe, hide in your shell and use rapid spin to block the incoming Fire Fang, I said. Wartortle, Wartortle replied back, only to move its limbs back into its shell, even its head. Darkness replaced them. In the next moment, Growlithe chomped down onto Wartortle's shell, creating a dull bang. Bang! Flames dispersed as Wartortle kept spinning fast, effectively rendering Fire Fang useless. Not only that, Wartortle took this time to use its shell to strike back at Growlithe. Good. Keep up the momentum. Keep spinning and use water gun continuously, I said my next move. Wartortle kept spinning with rapid spin. After that, water energy converged from all of its holes in its shell. Whoosh! Water splashed forth from each hole, shooting out of each one. The water came out fast. Growlithe tried to jump back to dodge, but while it was still in the air, the water gun struck multiple times, causing Growlithe to roar in pain. Grow, Growlithe yelled out in pain, getting blasted back a few feet. Good, it took some good damage there. But that seemed to only anger Growlithe. Seeing it take damage, Growlithe let out a howl. Awoo, Growlithe howled. As it did, it got covered in a thin layer of red energy. It wasn't fire, but pure red energy. Howl? Quite the unique move there, I said. Afterward, Growlithe didn't stop there. Fire energy burst forth, which quickly covered Growlithe entirely. This, flame wheel, I began to say, only to reach a different conclusion. No, This is, I continued to say, only to see Growlithe's fire energy change color. It went from fiery orange to an azure blue. Quick, Ray Fuse withdraw and follow up with a full power Aqua Jet. It's going to use Flare Blitz, so be ready for a heavy impact, I said. My next move. Wartortle acknowledged and tucked its shell in, letting a calm blue energy envelope its shell. Withdraw bolstered Wartortle's defense so it effectively negated Growlithe's howl. Wartortle then popped out, only to let jet streams of water envelope Wartortle, before it became a large singular jet stream. Wartortle rushed forth, using the soaked grass to its advantage. Growlithe also entered a dash, burning nearby grass as well. It didn't take long for the two to clash. Sizzle. Hiss. Hissing noises echoed around us, creating a huge cloud of steam as a result of hot fire trying to disrupt a big jet stream of water. This steam enveloped Wartortle and Growlithe. But in the next moment, a shadow was sent out of it, only for a pained howl to follow after. Growlithe was sent flying. Wartortle soon became visible, and it wasn't without damage either. Burn marks appeared on its shell while Wartortle knelt down, wincing in pain. It wasn't looking good for Growlithe either. Not long after Growlithe hit the grass hard. It tried to stand back up, but quick bursts of red lightning crackled over its entire body. Growlithe let out another painful growl as it happened, which caused Growlithe to fall back down on all fours, unable to move. While Flare Blitz is really powerful, it's not without repercussions. It causes recoil damage, and if one has sustained damage already, it might be pretty painful if it's used later on. Itsuki, now! Serena suddenly yelled out, seeing the status Growlithe is currently in. Already on it, I responded back, reaching toward my waist to grab a Pokeball. I tossed it out, letting it fly right at Growlithe. Growlithe looked at it, but didn't slap it away. It let the Pokeball catch it. Upon getting sucked in, a special role played out. Wiggle. Ding. Only one wiggle from the Pokeball until it showed its capture. A critical capture. These are quite rare to experience, and it was my first time seeing it in person. Seeing shiny Growlithe successfully captured, I smiled and walked toward it, picking it up. I then turned toward Wartortle, who was regaining itself from the battle just now. Good work, Rafe. Enjoy a nice long rest, I said, recalling Wartortle with a red light. Wartortle replied as the red light enveloped it, returning to its Pokeball. That was fun to watch. Congratulations, Itsuki, Serena walked up with a smile. Yes. That Growlithe put up a good fight. It knows some good moves, and that one was a shiny Growlithe, wasn't it? Lily also walked up and asked. It was. I didn't think the first one we would find would be a shiny, I responded. Either way, mission accomplished, right? Are you going to check Growlithe's data? Serena asked. Yup. Time to bring out the Pokédex, I answered, bringing it out. I then navigated to Growlithe's page. I made sure to have 5 Pokémon on hand instead of 6 so Growlithe would remain in my active party. The Pokédex's voice then spoke out, giving us Growlithe's data. Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. A fire type. Growlithe have lived alongside humans since ancient times. They are extremely loyal and friendly once a trainer develops a good bond with one. Growlithe are brave and trustworthy, making them fearless going up against stronger opponents to protect its territory. Growlithe. Gender, female. Shiny variant. Level, 30. Ability, Flash Fire. IVs, 31 in ATK, SPATK, SPD. Moves, Ember, Bite, Leer, Helping Hand, Agility, Flame Wheel, Retaliate, Fire Fang, Howl, Flare Blitz, Morning Sunday. Seeing this moveset, I sucked in a cold breath. Sure enough, this Growlithe had a couple of special moves. It even had Morning Sun, which was very similar to Recover. It was also dependent on the sun's rays. The stronger they were, the more healing it could do. This little fellow is probably going to be part of the main team I use in the Kanto League. I can definitely see that. This Growlithe is pretty strong. And with Flash Fire, opposing fire moves are useless against it. I know, right? Say, is it alright if we spend another few days here? I want Growlithe to get familiarized with the others. I'm getting a feeling if we don't do this now, Growlithe might start getting feisty with Ember. Since these two are quite territorial, I decided to ask. Serena and Lily nodded their heads. That's right. Ember just needs to show Growlithe who's boss around here. Growlithe will sure fall in line then. Serena replied back with a giggle. I don't think it works like that, Serena, Lily retorted. No, Serena does prove a point here. Strength does mean a lot to Pokémon, and since we have a group of Pokémon ourselves, Growlithe will quickly learn to behave from its seniors, I explained. Well, let's hope these next few days prove fruitful then, Lily responded, nodding her head. And that also means we can use these few days to relax, right? Serena said, clapping her hands. If that's what you want, sure. I'll be getting familiarized with Growlithe, I'll also spend some time with Porygon, I said. Then let's head back on in. Celadon City is just before the horizon, so we just need half a day to reach it. Once you're comfortable enough we can leave in middle of the week. I'm ready to take on the gym. You are too, right Lily? I am. I'm also looking forward to our shopping. I can't wait to see if we can find those EV eggs, Lily responded with a smile. Hehe, I almost forgot you're more of a shopping fanatic than I am, Serena retorted with a giggle, which caused a light blush to appear on her cheeks. We then went back into our tent to let Growlithe get acclimated. Sure enough, Growlithe was wary of the others at first, but it slowly started to open up to the rest. It also enjoyed spending its time around me as I searched for what foods it liked the most. And just like that, half of the third week of February blew by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 89, Perfume. Third week of February, Friday. We decided to the remainder of this week to let Growlithe and Porygon get familiar with our other Pokémon, as well me getting used to how Growlithe battles. Growlithe also got attached to me really quickly. I wonder if this was part of the befriending ability I received when I reincarnated here. If that is indeed the case, then maybe the plan I have for Zubat might change. I was planning to hold off on its training until we reached Celadon City, since it was known to have the biggest stores in Kanto. I was planning to buy Zubat a Soothe Bell. But I wonder, if my ability is truly tied to the friendliness level, perhaps I don't need one after all? The Soothe Bell makes Pokémon become more friendly with its trainer over time, about twice as fast as one would otherwise. I don't know the ratio of the ability mine gives, but let's say it's triple the amount. That make me wonder even more, if I gain triple the boosted friendship level, and give Zubat the Soothe Bell, would both factor into itself, multiplying it, would it make it 6 times as effective? A/N, not a math genius, here, if you multiply 2 ratio factors into each other, that becomes 6 times as effective and not 5 times, right? To be honest, I do kind of want to test that out. So maybe I'll still purchase the Soothe Bell during our shopping. My to-get list was quite big at this point. Firestone for Growlithe. An upgrade and dubious disc for Porygon's evolution line. 3 EV eggs. Potentially 3 elemental stones for said EV eggs. A metal coat for Scyther. Another moonstone for Nidorina, just in case Lily does decide to evolve her Clefairy with the one I gave her already. I should probably pick up another Firestone and Ice Stone, just in case for Sapphire and Snowy too. Who knows when Serena and Lily will want to evolve them. Pokeballs, medicine, berries, and the bunch. As our roster grows, the more we will eventually have to shop for. With that, I concluded my thoughts, and opened my eyes to start the day. I immediately saw Growlithe curled up at the head of my pillow. Growlithe grew pretty attached to me during this 1 week of training after catching it. Beside it was Clefairy, who was at the head of Lily's pillow while Torracat was at the head of Serena's. Besides that, Amber, Snowy and Sapphire slept on the floor next to us. Unless we were having our nightly fun, we would typically let out our Pokémon to sleep like this. I took this time to wake everyone up as usual. We got cleaned up, and after enjoying breakfast in the tent and feeding our Pokémon, we recalled them and packed everything up. Serena did say it would take about half a day from her judgment, and sure enough we exited Route 7 around noon, and approached the vast market city. However, that wasn't the only thing Celadon was known for. It was known for its beauties, as every single one of the trainers in Celadon gym was female, including the gym leader herself, Erica. Besides that, the only other female gym leaders were Misty and Sabrina. And it was because of a certain product this gym creates on a regular basis did it become renowned in Celadon City, causing crowds of girls to swoop in and buy it. After admiring the bustling city along with its high-rises, we were soon attracted by nice scents coming from multiple directions. Serena took a good whiff of it, becoming surprised. "These scents, is this perfume?" Serena asked, surprised. "Every one of them smell really nice. It's like I'm about to dive into a field of flowers," Serena complimented. That's right. Celadon City is known for making its perfume and cologne, isn't it? Lily asked. Teehee, you are right about that. Interested in taking in a sample, a nearby seller asked. We soon saw a rather pretty blonde-haired woman. As the main streets bustled with people, we approached the shop this girl was working at. She then took a good look at Serena and Lily, before nodding her head. You two do well to keep up your beauty. And the pale-skinned one, you're just like a deep-sea pearl. I think I know which one to give you already, the seller said while clapping her hands. She then went to her nearby trays on the small table in front of the store, which appeared to have several samples to try out. After reaching 2 bottles, she came back. This first one is called Midsummer's Blues, while this second one is Daffodil's Dream. Please have a try, the salesgirl said. Serena and Lily looked at me for a moment and I nodded my head, saying it was fine. The two smiled and took their respective samples given to them. Serena and Lily both sprayed them on their hands, and almost immediately we were given 2 more scents to enjoy. Serena's eyes lit up while Lily's expression became very relaxed, and she even closed her eyes. Amazing, it really is like I'm entering a field of flowers. Just like I'd be in the middle of Florima town, Serena said, complimenting it. It's almost like I'm back at the sandy beaches again in Alola, Lily said, enjoying the scent of hers as well, which caused the salesgirl to blink. Wow, you're really from Alola? That's quite far from here. What made you come to Celadon City? The salesgirl decided to ask. Well, I'm actually from Kalos unlike Lily, but believe it or not we're trainers. We decided to start our journey here in Kanto thanks to Itsuki here, Serena said, explaining a bit. This caused the salesgirl to look toward me. Trainers, hey? We get trainers all the time to our perfumery. So, how about it, handsome? Your friends are enjoying our perfume samples, we have plenty cologne for men to try too, the salesgirl suggested, which caused me to scratch my head. Haha, to be honest I have never tried on cologne before, so I wouldn't even know where to begin, I replied with a chuckle. However, hearing this, I only saw the salesgirl's eyes light up. So all of this is your natural look? If that's the case we got people with more expertise inside the store. If you guys aren't busy, want to come in? The salesgirl asked. Hearing that, I looked back at Serena and Lily, who looked back at me. Well, we just got to Celadon City and we have our own shopping list to attend to. But I don't see why we can't go in now, I said back to her. Excellent. Let's head on in and I'll bring someone over for you, the salesgirl said excitedly, as if she had just found more new customers. Well, perhaps she did, haha. It wouldn't hurt to purchase goods like these too, if we ever decide to have more fancy dates in the future. Especially in high-end restaurants. I mean, I know we are on a journey to experience Pokémon battles and all that, but that isn't what journeying is about. It's experiencing the regions whether independently or with partners, what it has to offer. Pokémon battling is just one aspect of that. And so is training. Besides those two, exploring various landmarks, enjoying dates, shopping, anything one can think of. And now that I think about it, this perfumery is very familiar for some reason. And besides this perfumery visit, we will do our own shopping of course. There is also a potential matter I may get to while Serena and Lily are busy elsewhere. Taking a bit to look besides the surrounding high-rises and open markets where many people gathered to peruse different types of goods, the main towering superstore could be seen further down, the giant department mall. And in between those, I could see a colorful building with fancy display lights. The game corner. Seeing this building in the distance, I could only let out and sigh. It was very likely this place belonged to Team Rocket. I know I said as long as they wouldn't interfere with us directly, we wouldn't interfere with them. But knowing my other identity, part of me still wants to drop in, to check on what they've been doing as of late. It's been oddly quiet without hearing much news of Team Rocket as of late, typically one would hear an incident or two from them every so often. That strange burst of psychic energy back at Viridian City as well, was that really part of Mewtwo's unveiling, or perhaps this was tied something else entirely. Yet at this time, I had no idea that a oddly clothed person with a pokeball-like afro was conspiring with Team Rocket. A/N, insert Myra B theme here. Itsuki, Lily asked, which wiped away my current thoughts, seeing that I turned quiet. I quickly shook my head a bit and spoke out. It's nothing. Let's head in. For some reason I'm getting a familiar feeling with this perfumery, I said. Lily nodded and we proceeded to walk into the store. We could see several beautiful girls scattered around the first floor, while a few of them were actually wearing different colored kimonos. If one had a close look at these few had name tags on their outfits, signaling that they were also workers of this perfumery. Everyone looked at us before going about their daily business again. "Wait here for a moment, Kay," the first salesgirl said, before vanishing into the back. We decided to have a look around, only to get interrupted by a rather calm voice after the next couple of moments passed. "Oh my, you three definitely aren't regulars here. I always find joy in bringing new potential customers to this store. You must be the one who is new to this as well," a calm voice said, only to reveal a black-haired girl wearing a kimono as well. Except the moment we saw this girl, all three of us became surprised. She had smooth black hair, with part of it being held up by a ribbon on the front side of her head, letting her bangs get tucked down beneath it. Her hair was cut diagonally toward her chin. The kimono she wore was yellow on the upper half and maroon on the bottom half. "I am indeed the one who is new to using cologne. But I wasn't expecting to see you here, or should I say it's as expected, Miss Erica," I said. "You know me?" "Phew, I guess a lot would, knowing that the three of you are trainers. You guys complimented our perfumes, and I am grateful for that. But yes, I am Erica, the store manager here," Erica said, introducing herself with a bow while holding onto her kimono. "That's right, the person that just came into our view was none other than Erica. That's why I felt this place was familiar. Turns out this was Erica's perfumery. And not only that, this is the same Erica who belongs to Celadon City Gym. Erica is its gym leader." Chapter 90, A Mission. Caught Pokémon, in order. Itsuki, Alolan Ninetales, Wartortle, Fearow, Beedrill, Venonat, Scyther, Rowlet, Aerodactyl, Zubat, Porygon, Growlithe. Serena, Vulpix, Frogadier, Pinsir, Torracat, Kadabra. Lily, Alolan Vulpix, Nidorina, Butterfree, Poplio, Clefairy. People wanted a list so far, here you guys go, smiley face. We'll periodically post it, and create a Vol 0 likely when Kanto region is complete. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Let's try to get over 500 this week. Asterisk. Seeing us get on Erica's good side as she introduced herself to us, I actually let out an inwardly sigh of relief. Erica may appear a kind and graceful woman on the outside, but on the inside she can have quite the temperament. This was shown quite well in the anime. When Ash, Brock, and Misty first arrived Celadon City, Brock and Misty were immediately interested in nearby perfumeries, like we were. Once they arrived in one, of course with Ash being Ash, he straight up said perfumes smelled terrible and complained that their prices were jacked up too high. Not only that, he said that they turned men into horny monkeys, by showing how Brock reacted to the shoppers similar to the ones in the shop we were currently in. In fact, now that I think about it, wasn't this the store those guys were attracted to? Erica appears to be her more modern look here much like the rest of the city did, but it was clear she came out then and harshly berated Ash. That ended up with him literally kicked in his ass out of the store. He then stomped over to the gym to request his gym challenge while failing to recognize that the lady in the kimono who berated him earlier was actually the gym leader, Erica. This led to Ash getting a big red X stamped onto his face by the gym trainers under Erica, and got thrown out. I had no idea what Ash's issue was back then, but from this perfumery, I've been enjoying these scents, despite being new to perfumes and cologne. Haha, it's nice to meet you, Erica. You can call me Itsuki. Yes, it is me who is new to trying cologne. Itsuki, is it? It is nice to meet you as well, Professor. Such a polite man, Erica said, greeting me. You know me? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Of course. You are quite well known here in Kanto. Moreover, I keep up with prospecting trainers who are currently underway on their journey. You three being here in Celadon City means you've passed the first hurdle, Erica explained. Word travels quite fast at. So you really are Celadon City's gym leader, Erica? Serena asked still in surprise. I am. Though unfortunately for you guys I already have a full list today of trainers to battle. The next slot won't be available till Monday. I close the gym on weekends since my trainers are also my co-workers, Erica explained. I see. You do use the gym to manufacture your perfumes, don't you? I'm guessing it has quite the greenhouse, I asked. I do. I have my own partner Pokémon tend to the fields beside us. Leafian, why don't you come say hello, Erica responded with a smile, which drew our attention to the slow figure approaching Erica. Leafian, the figure said. Once it came into view, sure enough it was a Leafian, the grass-type evolution of Eevee. Wow, so cute, Serena said with a smile. Yes. This is one of Eevee's evolutions, isn't it? Lily asked. It is. Aren't you worried that you revealed your partner Pokémon too early? I decided to ask. It is true that it will take trainers by surprise, but they need to back it up in battle. Some trainers don't even make it to Leafian, so I do hope you guys will give us a good battle, Erica responded. Of course. We were going to find out how to register at the Pokémon Center, but since we met you now, is having our battle Monday fine? I asked. That's fine with me. Now then, as a special treat for potential new customers, why don't I have Leafian help produce you guys a special perfume and cologne for each of you? Erica asked with a smile while clapping her hands. Are you sure? Won't that? I tried to ask back. But at this moment something buzzed inside one of my pockets. Bzzz, bzzz. Hearing this, I decided to take out my device that I use to measure various type of readings. It not only did various things like that, it was also a built-in cellular phone. Except the people who currently had my number was very limited. I looked at the caller ID, and my expression turned serious. Excuse me for a moment, Miss Erica. I have to take this, I briefly said. Of course, Erica responded with a nod of her head. Turning off to the side, I tapped the device. In the next moment a normal-sized hollow panel appeared in our view. A mature woman appeared in it who had insanely long blonde hair. Seeing this woman appear on screen, Lily blinked at her in surprise. Meanwhile, the woman looked around a bit before finding Lily. She then happily clapped her hands and spoke out. Ah! Lily! Hi, how have you been doing since our last call? The woman said, acting as if she ignored our surroundings. Mother, Lily yelled back in surprise. Good afternoon, Miss Lucamine, I said, greeting the woman on the panel. Of course, of the few contacts I had registered, Lily's mom, Lucamine was of course one of them. The only thing regarding this way though, is she only calls if she had something specific to say. Not to Lily or Serena, but actually to me personally. And you must be the gym leader Erica. Please don't go easy once your battle begins with these three. I also apologize for interrupting your business. It is no problem. It's nice to meet you, Lucamine. I can clearly see the resemblance between you and Lily, Erica responded with another bow as she greeted her. Lucamine responded with a smile, before she turned her head back toward me. She then spoke out again. Itsuki, I'll keep this call short. The subject is a bit sensitive. You have a mission. I'll brief you later tonight, Lucamine said with a serious tone. She then actually hung up the call and the hollow panel vanished from sight. It only lasted for a minute or two, which left us at a loss for words. A mission, understood, I uttered softly. I then regained composure, and turned back toward Erica. Sorry about that. Besides being a professor and a trainer, I also have another job, and Miss Lucamine is the boss I report to for that, I explained a bit. So that's how it is. Moreover, you guys seem quite close with each other. Pardon me for asking, but may I know how? Erica decided to ask. Serena and Lily took this time to recover as well, only for light blush to appear on Lily's cheeks. This caught Erica's attention as Lily answered. I don't mind telling you. Itsuki and I are currently dating, Lily answered. We then saw Erica turn quiet for a moment. After that, a big smile bloomed on her face while clapping her hands. How lovely! Leafian, we are going to get busy. We'll whip up a perfect perfume and cologne to let your relationship soar, Erica responded with a smile. Leafian also responded happily. Erica then brought a couple sales girls with her and invited us to her greenhouse. As we left, Serena didn't say anything and just smiled. As for me, I went back into my thoughts. A mission, hey? Lucamine isn't the type to call us willy-willy and gave me freedom to do as I wished to while we are on our journey. The last call was an exception as she wanted to check up on Lily and even surprised us with the Alolan starters, since Lily decided to become a trainer with us then. But for her to call us directly, and with a mission no less, something must be happening. As to whether it is in Kanto, that remains to be seen. Lucamine always keeps Lily's best care at hand, so for her to give me one, it is basically saying Lily is potentially at risk. And if something is happening in Kanto, it might not just be her who is at risk here. Looks like I need to talk with Lucamine later tonight after we're checked in at the Pokémon Center. She said she'll debrief me then. Chapter 91, Project S. Several moments later, 3 figures soon exited the perfumery Erika was in charge of. A 4th and 5th figure then appeared behind them. Thank you for your patronage. I hope you 3 will continue to use our brand. These special concoctions of mine today is free of charge. Also, I look forward to battling you 3 on Monday, Erika said with a smile. Leafeon also responded in confidence. Are you sure we don't have to pay for this? What if we never come back? Of course. Just treat it business intuition. You guys will definitely come back in the future, even if it's not through our main store. Otherwise I would have misjudged you 3, Erika answered. Thank you very much, Lily responded. Hearing that, I went quiet for a moment. I then spoke out, asking Erika a question. Say Miss Erika, can I ask you a hypothetical question? Oh please just call me Erika. And sure, what is it? Let's say we happened to come across you like we did today. If we said your perfume smelled terrible and were overpriced, what would happen? I decided to ask. Hearing that, we saw Erika close her eyes into a crescent pattern, tilted her head a bit and placed her palm on her cheek before answering. If that were to happen, I would have thrown you out of my store myself and deny you entry into my Pokémon gym, Erika replied, which caused us to shiver a bit. I then let out a dry laugh. Haha. Well, anyways, I look forward to trying out what you gave us, Erika. See you on Monday, I said. Me as well. Have a nice day, Erika responded back, before heading back into her store with her Leafeon. Once Erika left, I let an inwardly sigh, and turned around, only to look up at the sky. Good luck, Ash, I retorted in my mind. Itsuki, Lily asked, seeing me turn quiet. Say, why did you ask that last part? Don't tell me something like that is actually going to happen, Serena also asked. Who knew Erika has such a side to her, Serena said. Maybe. But it's probably nothing. Let us head to the Pokémon Center, I said, shrugging it off. Yes, Lily nodded, only for Serena to follow. We then enjoyed sightseeing the tall buildings all around us as we made our way to the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, deep within a sandy canyon, filled sandstone and steep cliffs. It was located inside a vast desert, which appeared as if it had been dried up of its life force, a wasteland. This canyon is known as Eklo Canyon. If one had a quick glance, one would think no life would persist here. It was completely void of Pokémon as well. Not even those that could survive in sandy conditions were here. However, that didn't seem to be completely true. Deep within the canyon's crevice, at its very tip, some sort of run-down structure could be seen, built into the towering cliff itself. Perhaps it appeared run down and torn apart to make those think this place was void of people. And yet, a few miles out from this building, lots of sand could be seen constantly getting knocked up into the air. If one had a close look, 2 fast speed machines could be seen moving at a fast rate, which were the cause of the sand getting knocked up. These 2 machines were vehicles, and 2 motorcycles at that. Their engines roared loudly in the desert around them. The engines themselves were visible and located at the front end of the bike. However, there was one key difference from these 2 motorcycles from other ones. These 2 only had a singular wheel at the very back. The rest of it may seem very cyberpunk, and it probably was. The rest of it was high-tech, making them equivalent to hover bikes. And in these 2 bikes were a beige silver hair-colored man and a spiky red auburn hair-colored man. Not only that, a singular Pokémon could be seen sitting in each of the bike's sidecars. Wes, it looks like the intel we got is true. There really is something out here. Those bastards really hid themselves under the radar. Of course the intel we got it right. Don't underestimate the connections our boss has. We must recover the asset at all costs. Understood. Yes. But to think what we've heard of so far, I thought what's been happening were only rumors. The file we received in the briefing to Project S, is it? Michael asked. Weird Pokémon have been popping up lately. Even in cities, they quickly become aggressive and will attack anyone in sight. These bastards also seem to have started getting their power under control. The news have started to call these weird Pokémon, Shadow Pokémon, Wes continued to say. Shadow Pokémon, Do you think it's true that these bastards actually managed to close the hearts of shadow Pokémon? Michael asked. That remains to be seen. For now we are to assault this facility and recover the asset. Team B will do the same and handle the other facility, Wes explained. There really are two facilities? To think they'd even spread their influence to Kanto. Sigh, Michael responded. He let out a sigh and turned quiet. That is right. You know one of the members of Team B, don't you? Well, it was thanks to his connections that we were able to reach this far. Boss might be a bit aloof at times but she does well. So much she has that huge corporation under her feet, Wes explained. Yes, I'm surprised how quickly this went up the ladder without him even being informed, but I guess he will be tonight. We chatted a few times over the years but we haven't seen each other since 10 years ago. Makes me wonder how the others are doing too. We were thinking of setting a get-together reunion soon, but with these shadow Pokémon incidents on the rise, I fear that may not happen. Michael responded back with a hint of worry. Well, then we need to make sure this mission is a success. Even if Project S has started, if we can retrieve the asset, it will give us a way to fight back. Normal capturing doesn't work on these Pokémon. We will ensure it is successful. You're ready, right, Vaporeon? Vaporeon, who was in Michael's sidecar, responded back in confidence. Good. You're up to the task too, aren't you, partner? Wes also asked, letting out a chuckle. Umbreon responded calmly. Seeing this, Wes nodded his head and saw the two were fast approaching the building. As for Michael, he locked back up into the sky and uttered in a soft voice. 2 facilities. 2 assets. Failure is not an option. Knowing who your partner is, I feel your side will be more in control, but good luck out there, Itsuki, Michael uttered. After that, in the next moment, they arrived. The two brought their bikes to the left side, making sure it blended into the surroundings. The two then got off, letting Umbreon and Vaporeon jump out respectively. Wes then out his visor in, while Michael did his. Wes's was metallic while Michael had a blue visor. Commence the operation. Umbreon use Shadow Ball and tear down the door. Our target is on the 3rd floor. Right, Michael acknowledged. Wes and Michael had officially begun their assault on the Team Snagem hideout. Asterisk. Any guesses on who will partner with Itsuki? Hint, Itsuki met this character at least once already. Also, want to see one more chapter of the actual assault on the hideout? Chapter 92, Lance's Return. Project S, a soft voice uttered within the Celadon City Pokémon Center. A tall 6'5" figure with brown hair could be seen toward the end of the PCs that were lined up on the left. A hint of worry but also excitement could be seen in his eyes. This figure was obviously me. As I uttered that, I started to see many videos pop up on the laptop I brought down. I typically keep this laptop hidden away while I use that other device for measurements and such. But for serious business like this, I bring out this high-tech laptop. And in every single one of these videos, it showed Pokémon becoming extremely aggressive. Some would even enter a berserk state. But these Pokémon weren't the only problem. Throughout Kanto, mostly during the night or while evading the cops, weirdly dressed group of people would try to steal others' Pokémon. Some were successful while others would get beaten black and blue. But regardless of stealing or defeat, among each of these groups would be 1 or 2 weirdly dressed person in full-plated white armor, very similar to that of stormtroopers. These guys acted as if they were out of our current time. Every so often the first group would deliver their stolen Pokémon to these armored people. This first group wore open leather red vests with a white undershirt and dark grey baggy pants. One key similarity to each person was the fact that they had shaved heads, with hair buzzed around the side of the head. Not only that, they were the spitting image of thugs. If I recall correctly, this group is known as Team Snagem. And the armored people is known as Team Cypher. These guys are many less few in number compared to Team Snagem, but they are much scarier to deal with. However, even with the confirmation of shadow Pokémon appearing and these guys popping up, that wasn't the worst problem. One other group could be seen. Many people dressed in dark black outfits, staying hidden in the shadows and carrying out theft operations, while Team Cypher watched them. A single R could be seen embroidered in the middle of their uniform. Team Rocket, so they are finally coming out of the shadows, I uttered softly at the screen. It wasn't long until a voice responded to B, who currently had an obscure shadow on screen. It belonged to a woman's. Yes. We weren't sure what Team Rocket has been doing these last few years, but they've started appearing in the shadows again. It seems to be the beginning of a new surge. From what I'm seeing here, that does seem to be the case. I'm guessing their leader Giovani must be up to something. And using these shadow Pokémon will help him further realize those plans. I'm afraid so. At the beginning we had no counter to these Pokémon, yet some people started popping saying they could see shadowy auras. Determining this to be artificial, we changed up our aim. And luckily for us, one of your friends happened to be a cornerstone for this. You must be referring to Michael. I have yet to personally visit the Ore region yet, but we've chatted a few times over the years. He seemed perfectly fine at those times, but I'm guessing they're taking the most the damage being caused right now. Yes. Team Snagem and Team Cypher mainly operate there, but they've spread their reach, entering a successful business deal with Team Rocket. We must strike while we can before shadow Pokémon spread out to more regions beside Kanto. She is definitely right about that. Team Galactic and Team Plasma are way more wacko than Team Rocket is. If evil organizations like those two ever get their hands on shadow Pokémon, I could only shudder at the thought. I agree with you on that, but if it's fine to ask you one thing first, I decided ask. Oh? What would that be? You do realize obscuring your image like that on screen serves no purpose, right, Lucamine? I retorted her. Seeing this, I only saw her smile. Dear me, I was just trying to have a bit of fun, Itsuki. Tell me, while we're here, how is Lily doing? I fear Kanto won't be as much as a safe place than it currently is, Lucamine asked as she took off her blurry image, revealing Lucamine currently sitting in her main office back at Aether Foundation. Don't you worry. Lily is well and safe. In fact, the three of us are set to challenge Erika on Monday. Hopefully this mission will be done before then. Good. That is right, you're seeing that Serena girl too, aren't you? I am. I also wanted to thank you for giving us those starter Pokémon from the last call we had, I responded, giving my thanks. It is no trouble. The moment I saw that determination, I knew it was time. Just like how she is so determined to be with you, she thinks the same to being a trainer. That stubbornness comes from me, I just know it, Fufu, Lucamine said with a laugh. Is that so? Lily's trainer skills are developing very quickly. That's good. That Serena looks promising as well. I wouldn't mind having a cute daughter-in-law like her, Lucamine said with a grin. Would you stop it with your antics already, a sudden voice said, which instantly drew our attention. In the next moment, a screen appeared on my laptop, arriving next to Lucamine's. This time it sounded like a firm male voice. As much as I'd like you and Itsuki to catch up, we mustn't waste time on this. Did you forget this mission is being sanctioned by the Kanto League? The male voice said with a hint of irritation. Of course I didn't forget. I just wanted to spend a few minutes of quality time with my future son-in-law. As Lucamine retorted, I ended up becoming quiet. I thought I was hearing things differently at first, but then my eyes turned wide after hearing this male voice say that. Taking in an inward breath, I spoke out. Is that really you, Lance? I asked a bit hesitantly. Hearing that, both eyes shifted back to me. A rare smile appeared on the man's face, before his obscured image vanished. Replacing it stood a middle-aged man with carmine-colored spiky hair. He was currently wearing a red leather vest, with a black shirt and grey pants. He was also wearing a cape. A stern look could be seen on his eyes right now. It indeed has been a while, Itsuki. I apologize for bringing you into this matter. But after learning about your boss, we struck a deal ourselves. Lucamine said you wouldn't reject it, Lance said, explaining a bit. So that's how it is. It is true, I report directly to Lucamine. So you worked your magic fingers at, I retorted. Fufu, nothing wrong with that, is there? Nah. In fact, thank you for bringing this awareness to me. This way we can take precautions as we continue our journey, I answered back. So you already started your journey? I did see reports coming in saying that a professor managed to claim 3 badges already in such a short period of time, along with those 2 girls who are with you. At this current rate you'll likely be ready for the Kanto League before June, Lance speculated. I think so too. It will give us time to train for the rest of the year until it starts while the rest of our friends start their journey. Ha, Lance replied with a grin. But going back to what Lucamine was going on about, I don't know the full details between you two, but I managed to do some digging. You know how some parts of the underworld works, don't you Itsuki? I do, I said, simply nodding my head. Good. I was right to bring you onto this mission then. Unfortunately I won't be there with you for backup. Me and the rest of the league are currently fighting on the front line, Lance said. Hearing that, I did become a bit sad, but what Lucamine said next drew my interest. It is a shame but Lance here does have his hands tied right now. As such you will be assigned another partner for this mission. In fact he should be arriving at your place in just a moment, Lucamine explained, staying mysterious. I retorted back, revealing a surprised look in my eyes. Chapter 93, Gladion. I understand that Lance won't be able to join but what do you mean my partner for this mission is about to arrive here, I tried to ask, but Lucamine only responded with a smile. After I said that, it didn't take long for us to get interrupted again. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, constant whirring noises started to echo around the Pokémon Center. At first these noises felt distant, but over the next couple of moments they grew louder. Despite the danger of the high-rise buildings all around, a shadowy figure quickly approached in the sky, darting right at the Pokémon Center. Upon a closer look it appeared to be a helicopter, flying in a fast pace. It didn't take long for the helicopter to arrive. The noise caused other trainers that were currently scattered on the first floor to look toward the entrance with interest. Even Nurse Joy and her Chansey became interested, as helicopters rarely did direct drop-offs here in Celadon City. Of course with it being Celadon City, the Pokémon Center here was among the largest in Kanto and it even had its own helipad for emergency transport. However, those were restricted to Pokémon Center use only. Thankfully as there was quite a bit of greenery around the Pokémon Center, the incoming helicopter was able to safely land on some grass nearby. Yet at the same time, two girls who could be seen in one of the rented rooms on one of the floors further up inside the Pokémon Center became interested in the incoming noise they were hearing too. Especially the pale white-skinned girl, her ears immediately perked up the moment she could get a good read on this noise. These two were of course Lily and Serena, both who were currently dating Itsuki. They were thinking of changing into their nightwear soon to sleep for the night, since Itsuki mentioned to the two that he may not be back before it was time to sleep. Yet before this could happen, Lily rushed off the bed, heading right to their window. This noise, Lily said, beginning to doubt herself. It is becoming rather noisy. Can you see what's going on, Lily? Serena asked. I can see something. But it can't be that, Lily said, seeing the incoming flying figure. That? Serena asked, confused. Let's go check it out, Lily responded, before leaving the window. She then darted right to their door, and opened it. Wait, Lily, seeing Lily's unusual behavior just now, it took Serena a good moment before she realized she was now alone. Lily had already left through the door. Weird, don't tell me she recognized what's going on? Well, we were about to sleep, but seeing this happen swept my tiredness away. Looks like we'll be up for a bit longer. I wonder if Itsuki is done with his call by now, Serena said to herself. Wondering that, she got off the bed, and followed after Lily. In the meantime, while Serena and Lily headed down to the first floor to where I and other trainers were at, the helicopter that landed outside on the grass nearby settled down, letting its rotors quiet down. In the next moment, two figures walked out, both appearing to be men. Thank you for this sudden lift, one of the men said, thanking the other, which appeared to be the pilot. It is no trouble. I understand the urgency of this request well. It was given to you by the mistress no less, and approved by the Kanto League, the pilot, giving the other man a bow. The pilot seemed to be a butler of sorts. Will you stay for a bit? I know my sister will appreciate you coming with me, even if it's only for a few moments. Yes. I was given a task of my own. I am to after both missuses and stay here while you and my student are undergoing the mission. Both missuses, the other girl will eventually become my sister-in-law, won't she? You're already looking that far ahead. Yes. Both my student and her will become part of our family. As head butler she will share a similar status to the first missus. Haha, this will be my first time meeting her in person. But he did say she was a pretty easygoing person. I always forget he's been learning under you too. I should check into our home more often. You've been making sure none of those holes open, right? Checking out various parts of Alola, the butler asked. Yes, ever since that incident a few years ago that endangered not only our mother, but my sister too, I swore I would make our home a safer place to be. It was thanks to that I met my partner Silvally. Seeing that none have shown up since, after this mission is over, I may go start a journey of my own, the other man said, revealing a rare smile. Young master, you've definitely grown while you were away, the butler responded. Hey! How many times have I told you not to address me with that title? Haha, a mere slip of a tongue. I say, we should head on in, Gladion. I'm sure my student Itsuki is patiently waiting our arrival, the butler said. That's right, the man speaking to the butler was none other than Lily's brother, Gladion. He had finally caught a break in his traveling around Alola to ensure the peace of their home to avoid another Nihilego-like attack. It wasn't until his mother, Lucamine, requested an urgent mission to partake in, together with Itsuki. As for the butler, it was none other than Hobbs. Still, Shadow Pokémon, hey? Ultra Beasts aren't becoming the only threat in our world, Gladion uttered softly with a sigh. As for Hobbs, he stayed silent. Gladion and Hobbs then walked into the Pokémon Center. As for me, once Lance and Lucamine stepped talking and the noise outsider dispersed, I soon saw two figures enter the Pokémon Center. Upon seeing the pale-skinned man with his very unique hairstyle, I let out a sigh. I could immediately recognize who it was, and I was surprised my teacher was beside him. So it really is you, Gladion. You seem to be doing well, teacher. So you're over here, Itsuki. Is mother still on the call? Gladion said, walking up to greet me. He saw that I was still on my laptop, and I nodded my head. As for Hobbs, he smiled back at me and stayed silent. Seeing that these two were associated with me, the few other trainers who were interrupted became dejected, and returned to their own business. However, just as us three were about to sit back down in the corner of the Pokémon Center, we could hear a hurried sound of feet shuffling from the second floor. We soon saw a girl with the exact same hair color Gladion had. This girl took a moment to look around the first floor before finding us. It really is you, brother, Lily said, letting a smile bloom on her face. She then rushed across the room and arrived to where we are at. In the next moment, Lily gave Gladion a hug. Haha, it's nice to see you again, Lily. I'm currently in a pause in my travels. Have you been well? Yes, Lily answered happily, enjoying seeing her brother again. I smiled as saw this. I was happy for Lily to meet her brother again. It's been a long time since she's done so in person. Yet at the same I let out a grin, as I saw a second figure come down not long after. I could see a look of surprise in Serena's eyes as she saw a happy Lily hugging a person she didn't know. Well, perhaps she did know him for being Lily's brother, but she had yet to meet Gladion in person. No wonder Lily got excited. So that's her brother, they really do look alike, Serena uttered softly, debating whether or not she should introduce herself as well. Chapter 94, Cypher Admin. Might as well. As I recall, his name is Gladion, wasn't it? He really does look like Lily and her mom, Serena said to herself. She also saw me grinning at her but ignored that and decided to join us. Gladion also took notice of Serena. This caused Serena to greet him with a smile. It's nice to meet you in person, Gladion. You can call me Serena, Serena said, introducing herself. Now that I think about it, this if Itsuki, Lily and I become one family at the end of the year, won't this make Gladion my brother-in-law, Serena thought to herself. Yet that thought quickly ended as Gladion introduced himself. Likewise. I'm Lily's brother, Gladion. It looks like you have been raising the Pokémon mother has personally selected quite well, Gladion said, introducing himself. He also saw Serena's Torracat and nodded. Hearing that, Serena blinked at Gladion but soon smiled. Yes, Serena nodded. Torracat also replied happily as it stood next to Serena's feet. I can show you Poplio at another time as well, brother. But I'm guessing we can't spend too much time with you guys, Lily asked. As she did, Snowy could be seen in her arms, wagging her tail happily. Unfortunately not. For the moment at least. I do believe mother is on the call still, right Itsuki? Gladion asked. Yes, I answered. Hi, Lily, Lucamine said with her usual greeting tone, which drew Lily's attention. Mother, Lily asked, deciding to walk up to me. She soon saw the laptop, and on it was an image of Lucamine and also someone else she wasn't expecting, who was the current leader of the Elite Four, Lance. You really can't take this seriously, can you? Lance retorted seeing Lucamine act this way. Well, she always acted like this whenever she greeted Lily. She's always in her office, so she rarely has time for family, but this behavior was something that I was used to by now, and so was Lily. Yet this behavior seemed to annoy Lance, so I let out a chuckle. Haha, just let Lusa mine be like this. It will only be for a couple minutes, I replied back. Itsuki is right. I wish I could talk with you guys more, Lily, but time is of essence. I will leave Lily and Serena in your care, Hobbs, Lusa mine said, returning to a serious atmosphere. This caused Lily to flinch while Serena's eyes turned wide. So something is happening, Lily uttered. As we were in a corner, we spoke in quiet voices to not raise others' concerns. Nurse Joy did express interest, but seeing as we were all acquainted, she returned to her work, as did the others. Wait, why am I being included? I know we are traveling together, but Hobbs is your butler, isn't he, Lily? Serena asked in surprise. I am, Hobbs said, who kept silent until now. I have received orders to protect the two young missuses while Gladian and Itsuki here will be away for their mission. You can treat me as heir and pretend I'm not here, Hobbs responded with a smile. Protection? Is this going to be dangerous, Itsuki? Lily asked with worry. I'm not sure. This is Team Rocket we're getting involved with here, I uttered quietly. Hearing me say that, the two became surprised once again. Team Rocket? Isn't that the crime group that appeared on the news not too long ago? Serena responded. Itsuki, you probably said more than you should have, Lance retorted in a serious tone. Right. I wish we could say more, but I'll leave them to you, teacher. I turned to Hobbs and spoke. Leave it to me, Hobbs responded with a bow. Hearing that, I saw Lily turn quiet for a moment. I then saw her turn serious before asking a question. I know we won't be able to stop you guys, but promise us you won't get hurt, okay, Itsuki? Lily asked. After Lily asked that, Serena was able to calm down as well, looking at me expectantly. Of course I nodded back at the two. After that, I walked up to Lily, leaned in and quickly kissed her forehead. Of course. I can promise you guys that, I answered with a smile. As I did, a light blush appeared on her cheeks. Oh my, Lusa mine responded. Afterward, Hobbs went to the two's side, and got ready to head back into our room. Yet before that, Serena turned around and walked up to me. She raised her toes and brought my ear to her mouth, and ended up whispering something to me. Immediately after, a derp blush appeared on her cheeks and she turned tail and dashed up the stairs, vanishing from sight. Lily became confused and wondered what Serena said, but she and Hobbs went up the stairs as well, vanishing from sight. This only left Gladian and I in front of my laptop. What Serena whispered just now did catch my interest. It looks like I'll have something to look forward to either after this mission or after our gym battle on Monday. Well now, it looks you guys are doing well, Lusa mine said with a teasing tone. I'll leave no comment for that, I retorted back at her. So you really are seeing both of those girls at once, Itsuki? Lance decided to ask in interest. I am, I smiled back at him. I know our society standards don't condone such things, but they must keep you quite busy. Well, you three are on a journey. I'm sorry to have you take a pause in it for this, Lusa mine also said with an apology. It's fine. I've always had Team Rocket in the back of my head. It's been pretty smooth since they've been quiet, but they've resurfaced again, I said. Yes. The files we were given called them Shadow Pokémon, right? Gladian asked, bringing up the contents of the info we were given. This time it was Lance who took over, only to bring up an image of two different sites. One appeared to be in a desert canyon while the other was a city. In fact, it zoomed in on the game corner, which was in the current city I was in, Celadon City. As for the other, it was in a different region, the Ore region. Going over the data we were able to collect, Team Rocket has officially entered a business with a team called Team Cypher. We are unsure when this business proposal came to be, but it is suspected it was over 10 years ago, Lance continued to explain, which drew my interest. The League thinks Team Rocket has been in cahoots with Team Cypher since over 10 years ago, I asked. That's roughly the same year when we had that summer camp, wasn't it? I inwardly said. Yes. We received reports over the years of strangely dressed individuals to show up in different regions. One such individual was first seen 10 years ago, carrying a silver briefcase. While they were reported, they were not taken in as they did nothing wrong during their stays, Lance continued to say. After he did, the two locations on screen made way for a third image to appear in the center, which revealed a rather tall figure. The moment I saw this man, even my eyes turned wide. "This," I tried to say. On the screen in front of me now stood an image of a tall, weirdly dressed man. He appeared very flamboyant with his golden sequin-studded leisure suit, which left his chest bare. His hair was also massive and in the shape of an afro, being two-toned red and white, which resembled a pokeball. This man you two see here is one of Team Cypher's 4 admins. He is highly dangerous despite his unique personality. We fear he may be on site with one of Team Rocket's executives. This man is called Myra B, Lance explained with a serious tone. Myra B, I uttered quietly. Gladion also became serious. So even Myra B is in this world, I retorted to myself. As much as I liked his character in the game, Lance is right. He is a dangerous fellow if left unchecked, I inwardly said. So that's how it is. What's the plan, Mother? Gladion decided to ask. Hearing that, we saw Lance work the screen a bit more, only for 4 small face shots to appear. 2 appeared to be Gladion and I, and surprisingly the third face was Michael. And beside him was Wes. The images of Michael and Wes was moved to the image of the desert canyon while the image of Gladion and I was moved to the game corner. It didn't stop there. Parting sides a bit more, 2 more images appeared. This time it appeared to be a machine of sorts, a weird-looking gauntlet that one could attach to one's arm. Gladion, Itsuki, your mission will be to retrieve what you see here. We call it the Snag machine. We are unlikely to interrupt any plans these 2 teams currently have in motion, but it's not like we don't have any window of opportunity. Shadow Pokémon have started appearing in Ore and Kanto, yes, but it looks like Team Cypher and Team Rocket have already started to develop a countermeasure. We are unsure how many of these devices exist, but our spies could confirm 2 are currently located, here, and here, Lance said. As he did, a red dot appeared at the 2 sites. Team A is currently undergoing an assault with their provided location to retrieve this asset, while you, Itsuki and Gladion, Team B are to retrieve the second asset. While we are struggling now, these 2 devices will help us strike back. They must be recovered at all costs, Lance said with a firm tone. Understood, I replied, nodding my head. Do we know our point of entry? Gladion also asked while nodding his head. About that, it will likely be best for you to sneak in from the roof, Lance tried to explain, only for a voice to cut him off. Now let me stop you right there, Lance, Lucamine said. Lucamine? Is there something you'd like to suggest? You know I don't like anything last minute, Lance retorted. Hearing that, Lucamine ignored Lance and instead she turned to look back at me and declared. Itsuki, your admin status is hereby enabled for this mission, Lucamine declared. This made me surprised. Whole Gladion became serious. Mother, Gladion uttered. What's the meaning of this, Lucamine? Lance replied with a hint of anger. Well, should the opportunity present itself, we should just go knock on their front door and walk in, right? Did you forget how attractive the Aether Foundation can be to a lowly team like Team Rocket? Lucamine retorted back. Hearing that, Lance turned quiet. He then let out a sigh. Fine. It doesn't matter how you 2 enter the damn place. Hell, you 2 could even set it up in flames for all I care. Just make sure the asset is retrieved no matter what. And undamaged, Lance replied. He then cut his feed off, and left, which only left Lucamine online. Did the leader of the Kanto Elite Four just say we are okay to commit arson? I retorted back as I saw Lance leave. Who the fuck knows what goes on inside that head of this? I'm sure the stress of these shadow Pokémon is building up for him. Oh right, be a dear and rob em dry if you can. That'll set that Giovani back a peg or 2, hehe, Lucamine said with a giggle. She too then cut off her feed, ending the video call and our mission briefing. Arson, and robbery? What makes us different from them if we do that? I asked as I closed my laptop. Hell if I know. I get the gist of this mission. But I don't think they actually covered the plan of entry, did they? Gladion asked. Lucamine was quite clear, you know. Oh? So what is the plan then? The plan is that we don't have a plan. We will simply waltz in, as Lucamine said, I answered. Hearing this, Gladion let out a sigh before the 2 of us left the Pokémon Center. The night sky soon crept before us. Chapter 95, Encounter. I really do hate this hat, I said, letting out a complaint. Several moments have passed since our briefing call ended back at the Pokémon Center. We could currently be seen in one of Celadon City's back alleys that was devoid of people. As I said that, I put on the Aether Foundation hat. It was very similar to that of a beret that golfers use, but it was pure white. It had 2 golden buttons on it. As for what style of clothes the Aether Foundation wore, it was either a one-piece white bodysuit similar to that of track runners wear with white gloves and white shoes. As for the other, it was a one-piece robe that opened outward at the neckline, just like a cape. Mine was styled similarly to this, except it was able to split apart down the middle, letting me wear a tan shirt underneath it. On top of that, I had my lab coat, and with it a 3-pronged ether badge sewn on it. I wasn't alone either. There was one other figure beside me, wearing the outfit similar to what I was wearing. Except his face was now hidden by a white helmet and a golden visor that covered his eyes. On his robe was stitched with a 2-pronged ether badge, signaling that this outfit belonged to a senior member. "If you hate it, then don't wear it," the man next to me said with a retort. "Silvally," Silvally responded, as if it was agreeing with him. "But I gotta look the part, you know? I had no idea I would be putting this on again during our journey in Kanto," I responded back. "It was your choice to accept Mother's proposition back then. But now, since you work for her, you have to listen to her." "Are you sure you wanted things to be this way?" Gladion asked. Hearing Gladion say that, I turned quiet, only to look up into the sky. And stared at the beautiful moon with a clear night sky. If I could turn back time to live these past 10 years again and see what would happen if I had said no to Lucamine then, would things have played out different? Most definitely. But would have I done so? Definitely not. Lily, as well as Serena, are too precious to me now. And all those friends I made back at Alola, including you Gladion, I wouldn't change that. I enjoy this life right now, I smiled back at him. "You're happy with being friends with even someone like me?" Gladion asked. "What, you aren't?" I retorted at Gladion. "Well, it's just I'm not used to the word friend. I've always been protective of Lily, so my connections were very selective. This changed when you came along, and I am grateful for that. But besides you and my family and my Pokémon, I don't think I have anyone I could truly call friend, yet." "Haha, we should change that then," I replied with a laugh. "What do you mean?" "From the short conversations we've had till now, since your business with the Ultra Wormholes are done for now, you said you are going to start your own journey, didn't you?" I asked. "I did express interest in doing so." "Why? That's your answer." "I've already met several people once I started my journey here in Kanto, and we plan to visit many more regions afterward. Perhaps you may find someone you can call your friend during your travels." "Just like Silvally here," I answered, looking at Silvally. "Silvally," Silvally cried out happily, only to nudge its head against Gladion's arms. "You think so too, Silvally?" Gladion asked. Silvally answered. "But I wouldn't even know where to begin, I already travelled enough in Alola." "Hobbs said it was up to me to decide where I should venture to next," Gladion explained. If that is the case, why don't I give you a little push? Join the Kanto League with us. You don't have to travel together with us, but we could end up seeing you at the championships." "I'm sure Lily would like that," I decided to say. "Journey to Kanto, I'll think about it," Gladion nodded. He then spoke out next, which drew my interest. "By the way, I myself have been doing some digging around with what you have reported. Especially after you mentioned that you let that Professor Cerise study those rainbow and silver wings. Once this mission is over, I would be glad to report with what I found. There's not a lot of texts available that cover both. So you were able to find something about them. I too haven't found much regarding them either, just some legends. Let's meet up tomorrow to talk about it," I decided. "Of course. All ready?" Gladion asked. "Yes. Let's go," I answered. After saying that, we continued to walk down a couple of the back alleys until we came across an opening. Enclosed what seemed to be the back entrance to Celadon City's game corner. Not only that, we could see a few figures standing in front of it. On top of that, we could see a couple of black metal cages with several figures inside of each one. Besides that, one figure appearing to be a woman and one that appeared to be a man could be seen before the cages. A small cat-like Pokémon could be seen at their feet. The woman had long pink hair and was wearing a black Team Rocket uniform. The man beside her also had a black Team Rocket uniform on, except his had golden lining on his uniform. Seeing this, I signaled Gladion and Silvally to stop in the current corner we were in to hide in its shadow. To think we would catch Team Rocket in the middle of an operation, moreover, these two, I uttered softly. You know these two members? Not personally. Jessie, James, and Meowth. Makes sense to come across these three here, considering this is one of Team Rocket's main bases. Even their leader, Giovani, has his own room here, but he mostly operates out of the Viridian Gym, until the events of the first Mewtwo movie take place anyway, I spoke inwardly. Moreover, these guys seem different from their incompetent anime counterparts. For them to successfully do an operation is one thing, but capturing this many Pokémon, I fear they may be stronger here, I continued to say. So, boss, I say waltzing right in now as you said earlier, this is probably a bad idea, Gladion retorted. You think? Also, did you just call me boss? I retorted back. You said it yourself, didn't you? If you're playing your part as the admin here, then I'm just a lowly senior member, Gladion answered as he pointed to his ether badge. Haha, I guess that's true. For now, let's wait until they finish transporting those captured Pokémon. As much as I want to set them free, we aren't here to cause a scene. Not until we retrieve the asset. Do you have a fire memory for Silvally ready? I asked. I do. Any type you need, I have the corresponding memory. Don't tell me you're actually going to set this place ablaze. Depends. If we can halt the production of shadow Pokémon here, even if it's just by a bit, it will be worth it. We don't want these to start spreading any more in Kanto. It's already causing Lance and the Elite Four to fight on the front lines. And where Michael and Wes is from, the situation is likely a lot worse over there. With you saying that, these Pokémon that we're capturing are most likely going to undergo that experiment, even I think closing the hearts of Pokémon's hearts is cruel. Of course it is. Do be careful cause we may encounter some on the way down, I answered. Roger, Gladion said, nodding his head. We then saw the cages enter the door, which actually revealed a singular elevator. As they did, James spoke out to one of the grunts as the person stepped inside the elevator. This batch will be the latest. Make sure you deliver these to Archer pronto. The experiments have been successful, I'm looking forward to more being converted, James said to the grunt. Understood. What will you do? We will stay here. It looks like we have some uninvited guests, James replied with a smile. After he did, the grunt nodded and was followed by the couple of other grunts into the elevator. It then closed, only leaving Jessie, James, and Meowth behind. Hearing that, both Gladion and I froze. Looks like we were found out, Gladion shrugged his shoulders. You guys can come out. I sense no hostility, so I can only guess you have business with Team Rocket, James said. As he did, he looked right toward the back alley we were currently hiding in. So there really were people shadowing us, Meowth said, looking surprised. Don't tell me we are going to have more recruits join us, Jessie asked. As if. Do you really think we would join up with you guys? I retorted back, finally letting out my voice, which immediately drew the three's attention. As I did, Gladion, Silvally and I stepped out from the shadow, revealing ourselves. Once we came into view, they quickly took notice of our uniforms that we were wearing. The heck is with these uniforms? Jessie asked. You guys clearly belong to someone, Meowth also said. And the one with lab coat, he looks very familiar. State your business. We are currently on a tight schedule, James decided to ask. Then I'll cut the greetings. It is true we belong to another organization. We come from the Aether Foundation, I decided to say, starting my role. The Aether Foundation, Meowth began to say, as if it started to recall something. You know these guys, Meowth? James asked. A moment passed before Meowth's eyes turned wide in surprise. Aren't you guys that super corporation currently working out of the Alola region? Why the heck did you come to Team Rocket of all places? Meowth yelled out in shock. Such a corporation exists, Jessie also asked with interest. I haven't had much interest in Alola, but perhaps we should start investigating what other regions have to offer, Jessie continued to say. Yes. We mostly dive in technology on the outside. We came to discuss business, I answered. Seeing things go smoothly so far, I inwardly nodded. After saying that, James nodded his head. Very well. Boss Giovani will be very pleased to hear such a large corporation like the Aether Foundation is willing to extend its hand out to us, James said, extending his hand out for a handshake. Gladion looked at me weirdly but stayed quiet. The three did take an interest in Silvally too, since it was likely a Pokémon they have never seen before. Seeing his hand reach out, I reached out my own, and shook it. Things might be hectic down below, but we will take you to the person overlooking this base, Archer. We will then see if your proposal is good enough for Archer to deliver it to our boss, Giovani, James explained. Understood, I responded. After the first run of the elevator came back up, it was our turn to get in. As we did, we all turned quiet. I must say, this elevator ride down was probably one of the most awkward encounters I've had thus far. Chapter 96, Meeting Giovani. The best part of meeting with a high-standing figure within Team Rocket is the access they get. In the games, it required the player to hunt down the card key to unlock the many security gates within Rocket's hideout. But seeing James here with an executive-level access card, we could literally skip the whole thing, haha. And color me impressed, these three had a lot more authority around here than I had originally anticipated. They were not their failure counterparts that was shown in the anime. Jessie, James, and Meowth knew how to properly run things down here in this base, and it seemed James had the most authority. But according to James, he wasn't the actual man in charge here, so he was probably second in command. The top dog here was Archer. It looks like everyone reported to him if it needed to be reached to the top. In fact, out of the four known executives, Archer might be the most dangerous of the four. From what I could remember, he can keep a calm head and act logically. As I thought that, while still in the elevator, Meowth took an interest in Silvally. Are you sure you don't want to give this guy to the boss? Let alone us, even he probably hasn't seen this Pokémon before, Meowth spoke with interest. Hearing that, Gladion turned his head toward Meowth but didn't say anything. As for Silvally, it let out a snort before it did a quick sweep of its tail fin, lashing out at Meowth inexpertly. Meowth got hit hard and was sent flying, hitting the elevator's wall. Thwop! Meowth, Team Rocket doesn't steal Pokémon just randomly. All of our operations carry out specific targets. As much as I have an interest in this Silvally as you do, we won't steal Pokémon from our potential business partners, James said. If you say so, Meowth responded back, slowly getting up. You said this guy belongs to just a senior member of the Aether Foundation? What Pokémon do you own then? If I brought her out, you'd probably freeze to death, I said, taunting Meowth. Hearing that, an annoyed mark appeared on his forehead. Are you looking for a fight? Meowth asked. Do something, will you, James? Jessie also asked. It's not my problem that you took an interest in seeing what Pokémon he has. By the way, what did you say your name was again? James decided to ask. Itsuki. Although you've likely said your names as well, what should I call you guys? Itsuki, hey? I'm pretty sure we've heard that name before, Jessie said, letting out a remark. As for Meowth, he also went into his own thoughts before he made a fist with one of his hands, and placed it into his palm, as if he had come to a realization. Wait, aren't you that professor who's been gaining attention in Kanto? From the looks of it you're on a journey now, aren't you? Meowth asked. You could say that, I responded with a grin. A Pokémon professor, and to think you would be two-faced like this. Wait, now I remember. You are definitely that professor that's been gaining attention here in Kanto. You're in it with the League as well, aren't you? James asked. Looks like Team Rocket has been digging around a bit, but yes, I've done business with them before. Why? I decided to ask. Well, what you will see soon is kept from the public for a good reason, but our boss has already launched an offensive. And the League already responded. With you coming here, does this mean you've chosen our side? James asked. Depends if your boss accepts our business proposal or not, I said. While this was a lie, it was a half-truth. We are here to acquire the Snag machine, and if this can be done without bloodshed, I'd much prefer that method. Lucamine enabled my admin access again, so that gives me a lot more funds to use for such a transaction. It will be up to the boss and Archer to decide. As for who we are, James started to say. Jessie, he asked as he smiled at Jessie. Jessie knew what was going to happen next and smiled back at him. James, Jessie asked. After she did, Gladion and I suddenly saw the elevator lights dim. After it did, we were blinded by a spotlight that shone on Jessie and James. Oh God, they're going to do it, aren't they? I let out an inwardly sigh, making me want to facepalm myself. Sure enough, despite them being more serious, the two started their motto. Even Meowth recovered quickly and joined in. Prepare for trouble, Jessie started. Make it double, James continued. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend the reach to the stars above. Jessie said, introducing herself. James also said, introducing himself, bringing a red rose into his hand. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Reaching the end, Meowth did a flip, and arrived between two. Meowth, that's right. Finishing their motto, the elevator lights returned to normal and we heard a ding, causing the elevator to stop moving. After that, the elevator door opened, and we successfully arrived on one of the lower floors of the Team Rocket base. As the door opened, a couple of grunts saw Jessie and James in their weird pose, gave them a quick glance, and returned to their patrol. Right, so it's Jessie and James, I simply spoke out, letting out an inwardly sigh after hearing these two. This motto was always ridiculous, but hearing it up front, I don't know how these guys can keep calm during it. Yes. Welcome to Team Rocket, James said, welcoming us. We then stepped out into a rather bland corridor. This floor seemed to house nothing but a single room. After James guided us down the long corridor, we eventually took a turn, only to see a singular figure. Looks like James had enough access to bring us all the way down, skipping over the labs, the likely prisons where they keep their captured Pokémon to test on, and the administrative floors on the earlier levels. Seeing several figures arrive, this figure immediately turned their head and looked at us. So it's you three, did the latest goods finish transporting? The figure asked. Without any issue. They are currently on their way to the cages. Is the next experiment ready to begin? James asked, giving the cyan-colored short-haired man a salute. It is. It looks like you aren't alone either. The cyan-haired man said, shifting his gaze to us. As he did, he approached. Jessie and James parted ways, allowing him to walk right to us. I haven't seen these uniforms before. Why did James bring you guys here? Hello. You must be the top dog, James reports to. We're with the Aether Foundation. It was James' decision to bring us here to meet with you guys, I said, explaining the situation, giving him a brief greeting. If I recall, wasn't guy's name Archer? Seeing me introduce ourselves as the Aether Foundation, we saw this man turn quiet. The Aether Foundation, now that I think about it, don't you guys operate out of the Alola region? How did a super corporation like you guys wind up all the way in Kanto, within Team Rocket no less? Let's just say my boss has many connection, and lots of money waiting to be spent, I answered with a grin. Hearing this, the man also revealed a grin. Well, seeing what you guys do, it is a good choice to come to Team Rocket. We will sweep up this region before long, and realize our boss's dream, the man said. You can call me Archer. Behind here is the boss's private room. And seeing you make your way here, I'm guessing you have a good idea at what we've been doing. We do. We are willing to enter business negotiations. I wonder if your boss is willing to listen. Well, typically one of the executives like me would handle most administrative tasks to set up a deal, but after learning that you come from such a background, it is best not to take any risks with this. I'm sure the boss will be thrilled knowing that the Aether Foundation is looking to provide us support. With your funds, we can definitely soar to higher skies, Archer declared. Hearing that, I let out another sigh. Good luck thinking that, Archer. You won't be receiving a single cent from us, I inwardly retorted. After Archer said that, he spoke out again, and this time he actually gave us a warning, which drew our attention. But I will warn you guys. The boss is currently in cooperation with another group. The contact we are currently with will likely be the one to stay in touch with you guys, and even I am not to underestimate him. So there is a third party. Indeed, but perhaps this excitement made me speak too much. James, you three are to return to your next task. Thank you for bringing them to me, Archer said, giving his next order James. Of course, James responded, while Jessie gave Archer a salute. The three then left and soon the sound of an elevator echoed the corridor. Even the patrol from earlier has left, so it was just me, Gladion, Silvally and Archer now. I will also give one more warning. You will be in the presence of the boss, so be careful of choosing your words. Yes, I simply responded, nodding my head. Gladion did as well and stayed silent. After Archer said that, he put his hand behind his back, and went to the door. Archer gave the door 2 knocks, and sure enough, we heard a rather deep firm voice speak out. "Enter," the firm voice said. "Yes boss," Archer said, only to pull the door open. He then looked at us and stayed at his current position. As he did, I felt a cold chill go down my spine, not from one direction but from actually 2. But I didn't back down from this feeling, and I stepped into the room, which could be said to be one of the hideaways of Team Rocket's leader. As we stepped into the office, I had a quick glance to the left, only to see an item on display, locked away behind a glass box on a pedestal. In fact, there were 2 of these items. Looking forward again, I arrived to a large wooden table and a black leather chair. In the back stood a large monitor, and seated in this fancy chair was none other than a black-suited man with a short crew-cut style hair, which was black. A turtleneck leather shirt could be seen underneath his black suit. There was a large red R stitched on the left of the suit. Of course, this man was indeed the current leader of Team Rocket, Giovani. Not only that, there was another man standing beside him, appearing much taller. His outfit was dressed very weird as well, very out of the norm. Of course, who else could this be but Myra B? We were now face to face with both the leader of Team Rocket, Giovani, and one of Team Cypher's admins, Myra B. Well, we were able to make it this far. Let's see if this place ends up getting set up in flames by the end of our mission. Maybe steal some of their funds as well, courtesy of Lucamine. Chapter 97, Meeting Giovani. 2. We heard the sound of a closing door shut behind us. A man in a black suit and a very weirdly dressed man with a large pokeball-like afro could now be seen in front of us, and we were now in a private high-class office suite of sorts. As for the suited man, he stayed quiet. He took this time to spin his chair around, only to face our way. He did, a grin appeared on his face. He then leaned his body forward a bit, and locked his hands together, as if he had a look of interest in seeing who arrived. Neither of us said anything. As this moment passed by in silence, I could feel a hidden pressure release from Giovani. As for Myra B and Archer, they stood still in their respective places, calmly observing. Seeing us not back down, Giovani let out a rare smile. He then placed his hands on his knees, and proceeded to stand up. As he did, he turned around once again, and proceeded to walk toward the back wall. He placed his hands behind his back, and finally spoke out. "You finally made it all the way here, partner to the progenitor," Giovani said, greeting us while also revealing a truth. And yet, even after hearing this, I felt strangely calm. As if I had always been expecting this answer. I felt it. No, I knew. Giovani knew about me all this while. Well, maybe he didn't know of my person itself, but he had already surmised the outcome of what had happened. "So you knew," I calmly replied back. After saying that, Giovani turned quiet once more. "Archer, go take Myra B to the labs and ensure the next experiment runs smoothly." "I wish to be alone," Giovani said, giving a command to Archer. "But, boss, no one will be here to watch you," Archer replied, backing immediately, giving a complaint. "I won't repeat myself again." "Now go," Giovani said, only to deepen his voice this time. "At once," Archer replied, feeling a cold sweat go down his back. It wasn't until now that Myra B reacted, only to dance around a bit. He even spun around before he spoke out, letting out a strange laugh. "Fo-ho-ho-ho. It is fine, Archer." The mic dropped and the song ended the moment these guys arrived here. It seems Giovani is acquainted with them. As much as I'd want to hear more of this progenitor, we mustn't delay. "Master Naskour will definitely be pleased with our progress," Myra B responded. Hearing that, Archer shrugged his shoulders quietly and opened the door. He gave us one last glance before we were left alone with Giovani. Seeing us alone, I decided to continue. "Since when?" I decided to ask. "You very well know when. While we have not come across face to face like this back then, I observed you from the Viridian Gym. You were the only one who felt that," Giovani answered. "So it really was back then." "It is true. I felt something. It was almost like a burst of psychic energy." "That's because it was. Except the psychic energy was on a very unique wavelength, one only capable of a certain Pokémon." "Mew?" I asked, as if I had finished Giovani's sentence. As I did, he turned around, and looked right back at us, not saying anything. As for Gladion, despite being hidden behind his mask, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. May I see Mew, Giovani said, letting out a sudden request of me. Hearing that, even my eyes turned white as Giovani asked to see Mew. Now why in hell would I show Mew to you? You're the farthest person I'd want to have Mew witness, you know. I retorted back. Because I've no more use for Mew. I've already achieved my dream. If I were to cause any more harm to Mew, I would have done so long before Mew became your partner. Hearing that, I couldn't answer back. Moreover, it is your right to know. The result of the first experiment is that because Mew became my partner. That is the only reason why you were even allowed to step foot in here. If you and your Aether Foundation were looking to do business, I couldn't give a shit about that. We have already secured the funds to do as we please, Giovani responded with a light sneer in his tone. Looks like that's a bust. Well, to be honest, what we are after is actually this, I said, revealing our intent of coming here. Since Giovani was being honest of what he had been doing, might as well follow through with it, right? Thinking that, I decided to walk up to the enclosed glass pedestals. More specifically what was inside said glass. 2 snag machines to be exact. HOH, Giovani replied with a glint of light streaking across his eyes. Take them, Giovani continued to say, which brought another wave of surprise. Seriously, I couldn't help but retort back again. I was waiting for that cipher to leave the room before speaking up on it. While it is fun seeing the League despair against these shadow Pokémon, it is quite boring seeing them try to counteract. They aren't normal by standard means, but I was hoping people could start detecting their unusual behavior. Alas, Giovani replied, letting out a sigh as he shrugged his shoulders. So you want people to struggle, and with you giving them these 2 devices, it will give them hope? The hell is wrong with you? Listen boy, you won't understand my ambition. Now this is the Giovani I knew. Power hungry, wanting to stand on top of the world by any means necessary. I've already achieved the means to reach such heights. Now all that must be done to follow through on it. What this world needs is unification, Giovani explained in an eerily calm voice. And you really think your creation and these shadow Pokémon will help you realize that? I couldn't help but ask. Spreading chaos, only to rise above it all, I uttered softly. Hearing me utter that, Gladion tilted his head my way and turned silent. As for Giovani, he only smiled back. Come. Let your underling take the snag machines. Only you are permitted to follow, Itsuki. We will call this a complete transaction so Archer won't go crazy, Giovani said, letting out a chuckle. He then reached in his pocket, only to retrieve a device of sorts, with a single button on it. I was prepared to spend millions on you, you know? And all you want is for us to deliver these just so humans can continue to struggle against shadow Pokémon, I retorted with a sneer myself. I then turned toward Gladion and spoke out to him. Lest Giovani goes back on his word, take them and leave, Gladion. Make sure these snag machines get into safe hands. Of course. But will you be fine by yourself? This man is dangerous, Gladion spoke out for the first time, appearing worried. If Lily came to know that you got harmed. If you are worried about me doing something to those that travel with you, I won't get in your way. That is unless you are foolish enough to stand on the front lines to battle our shadow Pokémon. Continue your journey and you will soon arrive to face me head on, in the Viridian Gym, Giovani continued to explain. You heard him, Gladion, I also said. Hearing that, Gladion reluctantly nodded his head, and went to retrieve the snag machines after Giovani worked the 2 pedestals, revealing them. Making sure the 2 snag machines were in his possession, he stored them away in his item bag. Afterward, he went toward the door. As Gladion began to leave while opening the door, Giovani went the opposite way, only to press the button on his device. Rumble. After Gladion left, Giovani saw Archer return moments later, in a rushed manner. While Archer rushed back to the private office, the back wall caused the room to quake, which almost caused me to lose my footing. As it quaked, the back wall actually split apart, revealing another entire room. Boss, wait, Archer rushed in, only to see the room part ways. Good timing, Archer. Take Gladion here back up to the surface. Our transaction is complete, Giovani said. Transaction? But it looks like you are about to depart, Archer retorted. That's because we are, Archer. Itsuki, come, Giovani said once more, only to walk toward the newly revealed room, which was actually a giant helipad. On the helipad stood Giovani's private helicopter. It was pitch black while big red R's could be seen labeled on each side. "Wait, why is this guy going with you?" Archer yelled out once more. "Some things are better left unknown," Giovani responded, leaving Archer confused. He then hopped in his helicopter. Its propellers started to spin on its own. Without delay, I also hurried to the helipad, and got into the helicopter. Before Archer could say anything else, we saw the closed space reveal the dark sky above us, and helicopter lifted off. Whoosh! Archer couldn't even respond before he saw the helicopter vanish from sight. He could only let out a sigh and turned around, only to see Gladion looking right at him. Gladion didn't react, and only waited for Archer to take him out of the hideout. The two vanished from sight, not saying another word. As for me, I could now be seen strapped in on one side of the helicopter, while Giovani could be seen on the other. He placed his elbows on his knees and let out another smile. "Now the annoyances are gone. Are you willing to let me see Mew?" Giovani asked, being persistent on seeing Mew. Hearing that, Chapter 98, A Conversation in a Book. I began to say, only to see Giovani look right at me in the eyes. This was a pretty powerful feeling coming from the head of Team Rocket himself, but I didn't back down. "I will show you Mew, but on one condition," I replied, giving my answer to Giovani. Hearing me say that, a glint of light streaked across his eyes. "HOH, do you think you are in a position where you can bargain with me? Would you rather have me jump out of this helicopter than answer you at all?" I retorted. After I gave Giovani that retort, he ended up letting out a laugh. "Haha. If this was a normal conversation I would tell you that you would be an idiot for thinking of such a thing, but Mew is your partner. You could very well escape from this flight unharmed. Psychic energy works mysterious wonders like that," Giovani replied with a grin. "Indeed. You could say I'm following you of my free will right now. If I had wanted to flee, you wouldn't be able to stop me." "Very well. I shall agree to your condition." "What is it?" Giovani asked. "Whatever it is that you created, Mew mustn't see it. Not now. It is not their destined time to meet. I will only permit you to see Mew, and you alone, Giovani," I answered. "Only I can see Mew? The way you spoke that, it looks like you know something. What has Mew shown you?" "You could say Mew has shown me a great deal of things. I'm pretty sure whatever it is you have created has already established a connection with you, right?" "Indeed. Are you suggesting Mew and Mewtwo will clash in the future?" "That does make sense, one is the progenitor, while the other is a creation to topple that position." "No, with you saying that, it is inevitable they will clash at some point," Giovani explained a bit. "Yes. That is the reason why I do not wish Mew to meet this, Mewtwo, as you call your creation? How ironic, to add a 2 before Mew, and that makes Mewtwo. For being the second being to come close to Mew," I retorted again. "Dash to be beyond Mew. That is what Team Rocket has strove for. All to realize my ambition. You really want to unite this whole world under one?" "Yes. This world needs a true leader. Without such a structure, we fall into chaos more than we know," Giovani said. "And he truly believes that way. Sure, he may have abandoned his ideals later on and even proceed to disband Team Rocket to go on his own path of life, but that is then and this is now. We haven't reached that point yet. The only thing I wanted for now was to stop the progression of the first movie. If Mew meets Mewtwo now, the events could very well play out." And seeing Giovani agree to my terms, I let out an inward sigh of relief. "I see. Well, I won't stop in letting you believe in what you want to believe, as much as I have my own beliefs." "Oh? What is it that you believe in then?" "In the distant past, Pokémon and humans were at constant war with each other, slicing each other's throats, but enough time passed to where they could make amends and learn to coexist with each other. We view Pokémon as partners, and through my eyes I see the same. My Pokémon are my partners, I treat them as family. And for my actual family and friends, they take precedence above all else. Should any harm come to them, there would be hell to raise. I couldn't give a shit about much else, let alone about wanting to become the ruler of the world. I'm currently on my journey with my family and friends to experience fun and the wonders of the world. That's all," I explained to Giovani. As for Giovani, I was expecting him to sneer at such a comment from me, but he actually let out a laugh. "Haha. Well said coming from a guy like you. But I thought you were a professor?" And don't you work for that brat Lucamine? Giovani asked. Hearing Giovani call Lucamine a brat, my eyes twitched a bit, but I answered calmly. I am. That is my livelihood. And Lucamine is part of the family, or will soon become part of it. She has helped me grow in many ways during my time abroad. And you're willing to continue to work for her? Yes. And besides, we've had our fair share of troubles in Alola. Shadow Pokémon aren't the only threat looming around, you know. Is it those Ultra Beasts? Giovani asked. From what I've looked into, they truly are aliens from other dimensions. So you know about those too? Then I don't need to explain that part, I answered. HOH. Well, it is a shame. I would have extended my hand out for you to join Team Rocket. We need minds like yours, Giovani responded, letting out another grin. You really think I would join that organization of thieves? Thieves, eh? Sure, we may appear that way on the outside, but we have our code. Either way, I already lost interest since you work for that brat Lucamine already. Still, this was a good conversation. Our ideals may not exactly match, but I know you won't stand in my way during my journey. Indeed it was. We both have our own paths. And your lies intersected with Mew. Does it take a while to call Mew to your side? It actually doesn't take that long. Mew, time to come out and play, I smiled back at Giovani. After I did, only a moment passed before a childlike giggle echoed in the loud helicopter, which immediately drew Giovani's attention. In our current flight path, we were actually heading westward, and Viridian City was slowly coming into view. Yet as that happened, a shadowy figure quickly darted through the sky, leaving behind a bluish glow in its path. Mew, Mew said, letting the figure reveal itself to be none other than Mew. It looked around in the skies above the Kanto region, only to spot a bulky machine flying its way toward Viridian City. Mew tilted its head a bit seeing this helicopter, but it was able to sense me inside of it. Mew, Mew said again after sensing my presence inside of the helicopter. It then used teleport and vanished from sight. In the next moment, Giovani became surprised seeing a figure suddenly appear within the helicopter. To be specific, a cute pink creature appeared out of nowhere, landing right inside my lap. After Mew appeared, it curiously looked at Giovani. I thought you would call Mew out of a Pokeball, you really let Mew roam free. I do. Isn't that right, Mew? Mew, Mew responded happily. Still, this is the first time to come face to face with the progenitor. I've heard that Mew doesn't just show itself to just anyone it comes across. That's right. Either one of pure heart or if Mew chooses who it is to see. And in your case it's the latter. Can you see Mew in front of you? Yes. So Mew is willing to let me see it. Should I call this a blessing, or a curse? Giovani uttered. Mew has only let a handful see it. It is very carefree. I thought you'd show more negativity, but looks like I was wrong. Carefree, eh? That I can see in Mew after seeing it in person. I used to show a lot of negatively when Team Rocket was formed, but not anymore. I've come to learn such emotions hamper my ideals. But now, Giovani answered with a melancholic tone. Now, I asked, which piqued my interest. Seeing Mew like this, it's like I'm feeling a wave of nostalgia. It's almost like I'm remembering the time I caught my first Pokémon. As Giovani said that, he reached into his pocket, only to feel a Pokeball enter his palm. He didn't take it out, but I could still see what he was doing. I guess people do always start from somewhere. Even a person you had a first Pokémon? Is it still with you? Yes. I used to think Pokémon were tools to achieve my ambition, but I realize they are more than that. And my greatest creation yet, I feel we could stand on equal ground, Giovani replied calmly. So it looks like Giovani has already experienced some growth long before meeting him here. That is good. With you saying that, I look forward to battling you in the Viridian Gym, I smiled back. Hat. We'll see if you can make it to the end, Giovani answered with a grin of his own. Mew, Mew also said happily as it floated around freely in the helicopter space. Another moment passed before we arrived over the Viridian Gym. Sure enough, part of its roof opened, and it let us through. We've arrived. Thank you for letting NEC Mew. Now it is your turn. I do not care if you decide to report this information, it will likely become public anyway. But it is your turn now, to see Mewtwo, Giovani. Mewtwo, I uttered softly. Giovani kept his word and brought me to the back of his gym to where his private space was. Lo and behold, a lone figure stood connected to a device of sorts, and appeared armored. This was the armored Mewtwo shown in the movie, and Giovani said he was currently working on having Mewtwo learn to control its powers. Giovani saw I became quiet during this. I made sure to let Mew leave before coming down here. I didn't want the movie to progress, so I kept quiet. Perhaps it's because we stayed quiet that Mewtwo continued its meditation. After some time passed like this, Giovani ended the tour and brought me to the gum. It was obvious it was closed today. Along the way, I thanked him. Thank you for showing me Mewtwo, Giovani. I am not sure if our paths will cross before we decide to challenge the Viridian Gym. I can't believe I'm going to ask this, if we don't meet again, will you come to my wedding? I decided to throw the ball. I doubt he will, but his answer surprised me. HOH, are you already getting married? Giovani asked. It has yet to be official, and I still need to do the proposal, but if everything is set in stone, it will happen after the Kanto League ends this year. I'm only bringing this up now in case we don't see each other again. But if we do, I hope it'll be as trainer and gym leader, and not as enemies, I answered. I guess we will see about that. I'll think about it. Then I will see myself out. Take care, I said, saying goodbye to Giovani. Yet as I began to walk, Giovani spoke out one last time, and did a motion of his arm. Before you go, Itsuki, take this, Giovani suddenly said, only to toss an old-looking book my way. Seeing this made me catch it to not let it fall down. Seeing this book fall into my hands, it appeared quite ancient. Only 3 words could be transcribed on its cover. It was even transcribed with letters of the unknown. It simply read, The Lost Hero. The Lost Hero, I uttered. What is this? I decided to ask. Once you have some time, dust it off and give it a good read. The destiny you share may not even be fit for this era, Giovani answered. I wanted to ask more, but by the time I looked back up, I saw Giovani quite a bit away from me now, and with his back turned. I simply saw him waving his hand, only to vanish from sight. I was now left alone. Giovani must know something about the Rainbow and Silver Wing. For him to give me a book like this, I need to make sure to meet up with Gladion tomorrow. We can discuss this and his findings with Serena and Lily over the table, I thought to myself. For now, I shook that thought away, and left the gym. Finding a secluded spot in one of the nearby alleys, I spoke out in a soft voice making sure I was at a good distance away. Mew, let's go home, I simply said. A childlike giggle echoed around me, only to have my body vanish from sight. As for Giovani, he returned to Mewtwo, only to look at it calmly. So it looks like Itsuki has left. He has his own path together with the progenitor. As for me, I have my own ambition. Are you up for this, partner? Giovani asked with a smile. As he asked that, Giovani placed his hand on Mewtwo's armor. The moment he did, a glint of psychic energy surged within Mewtwo's eyes. Asterisk. The Giovani bit is over for now. How'd you guys like it? Chapter 99, Aftermath. Itsuki, a worried voice suddenly reached my ears after Mew's teleport finished teleporting us back. I made sure to use it discreetly and changed back into my normal clothes instead of the Aether Foundation uniform before coming here. I then saw 2 figures rush out. One was ahead of the other, heading fast my way. Oof, I uttered, only to see one of the 2 figures dash right into my arms. A familiar warmth started to spread inside of me. It was a beautiful pale white-skinned beauty with blonde hair reaching past her shoulders, wearing her usual frilly white skirt. Are you unhurt? The girl asked, with worry appearing in her eyes. Of course. Sorry if I caused any worry, I responded back with an apologetic look. You idiot, Lily retorted. You didn't return with brother even though he said the mission was complete. I thought something had happened to you, Lily said, letting out a complaint. Even a tear started to form in her eyes. Lily was scared, you know, Serena also said, who was the other figure standing behind her. Lily, I calmly said back to her. As I did, Lily wrapped her arms around my back, hugging me tightly. Lily, look at me, I decided to say, which caused Lily to look into my eyes. It was clear she was upset, but I didn't say anything else. I only leaned my head in, tilting it a bit. My lips met with hers. Using my tongue, I squeezed into her mouth. Lily's eyes turned wide seeing this sudden movement, but then a blush appeared on her cheeks. As her eyes slowly shut, she calmed down, and started to respond with her own tongue. The two then danced around for a bit. Lily tried to say, letting out a light groan. In the next moment, our kiss ended and our mouths parted. I then rubbed her head with my hand, ruffling her hair a bit. I guess the scar hasn't been fully healed. Here I thought enough time had passed. And didn't I tell you Itsuki would be fine, a third voice said with a hint of scorn. Not directed to Lily, but to what had happened several years back. It wasn't a pleasant situation, that was for sure. Brother, Lily uttered. We saw Gladion approach with Hobbs in front of the Pokémon Center. It was well into the night now, so there was hardly any people out in the streets beside us. I figured the nighttime would be crowded due to it being one of the biggest shopping cities in Kanto, but I guess we have a night like this every now and then. Back then was definitely lamentable, but the young missus has definitely grown since then, Gladion. Congratulations on a mission well done you two. Itsuki, while you were gone, Master Lance said he would come to pick up the 2 items you two secured. He should be arriving momentarily without a minute to waste, Hobbs said, giving us a bow, welcoming our return. Hearing that, even I froze up. Did you just say Lance is on his way here? How can he have the time for that? It's only my guess, but these 2 items are treated with utmost importance. Once we crack the code on these, snag machines as they call it, we'll have a fighting chance to that rising threat. The madam only tasked you to retrieve it, so you will be safe to resume your journey starting tomorrow. And if I may, this really wore out Miss Lily, so you may want to call it a night here, Hobbs explained. As he did, I could feel Lily not let go of my arm. Despite her blush from our kiss just now, I could see tiredness in her eyes. I then looked at Serena, who nodded back at me. Very well, I concluded, only to look at Gladion next. Can I leave the delivery to you, Gladion? The 3 of us are going to clock out tonight. Also what you discovered, I was also given something so we can talk over it tomorrow. Tell Lance I said hi, I said to Gladion. So that's what happened while you were with him. Understood, but do you not wish to see Lance yourself? I know we just had that call, but... Nah. Hopefully by the next time we meet in person, it will be in a giant stadium surrounded by fellow trainers and the crowd. Feeling confident is one thing, but it sounds like your journey is progressing well. I will bid you guys farewell and depart with Gladion after your get-together tomorrow. So brother really is going to hang out with us tomorrow? Lily asked, and her eyes lit up a bit. Just to talk about some research we have gathered. After that, I must make way back to our home. Even if it's for a little bit, I'm glad you're able to take some time out of your way for us. I'm also curious as to what you two will talk about, Lily replied with a smile. Color me interested as well. If it's research related, it wouldn't happen to be related to those, would it? Serena asked while tilting her head. Spot on, I must say. Serena likely guessed it, that this matter is pertaining to the Rainbow and Silver Wing that Ho-Oh and Lugia respectively blessed me with. I know of in Pokémon myths there is the tale of the Rainbow Hero. However, I had not come across any tales pertaining to a Silver Hero, unless that name was lost through time. That was very likely, as the book I received from Giovani was titled The Lost Hero. I hadn't the faintest clue why he had such a book in his collection, but it is what it is. As much as I wanted to dive into this tonight, the aftermath of the mission had gotten to me as well. We really ought to get to bed. With that in mind, I took Lily by the hand and bid Gladion and Hobbs good night. Serena walked beside me and we entered the Pokémon Center. As for Gladion, he said he would check in at a nearby hotel for the night. As for the helicopter, they asked Nurse Joy for permission to let it stay where it was for the night, as Gladion said they would depart in it after talking with us. Since it was just for one night, Nurse Joy accepted and the two left for their hotel. Lance came shortly after and successfully retrieved the 2 snag machines. He wondered where I was at, but Gladion simply said we were too tired, and went to bed early. Lance understood and left soon after, heading back to the League to further research the newly acquired snag machines. I could now be seen in the hallway of the 2nd floor of the Pokémon Center with no one but us in it. The lights were dim as it was very late at night now. Seeing us 3 alone, I leaned down a bit, only to swoop my arm down. Very quickly I wrapped my arm around her legs, and swooped her up, bringing Lily into a princess carry. Lily uttered softly. Seeing me bring herself into a carry, her cheeks turned red again. Oh my, Serena also said, revealing a grin. I won't leave your side tonight. I made it back safe and sound, I spoke out quietly, letting a smile bloom on my face. Itsuki, Lily also said, and she smiled in response. As she did, she nestled into my chest. Feeling my steady heartbeat followed by my warmth, we saw Lily slowly close her eyes, only to enter a peaceful sleep not long after we arrived in front of our door. Serena used our key and opened it. After closing the door, we walled to our bed. I gently led Lily's head down, who now could be seen fast asleep. I sat on the bed beside her and Serena sat down to the right of me. Patting Lily's hair, which caused her to smile, I turned toward Serena and spoke out softly. "Are you curious, Serena?" As I asked that, Serena also gently placed her hand on Lily and answered. "Can't say that I'm not curious. It is a matter you have yet to bring up, but seeing this, you really took care of Lily like this back then, didn't you?" "I did. She hadn't any outbursts since we started our journey. Like Gladion said, I thought the scar had healed by now, but something like this may still happen. Though what you saw tonight probably isn't even 10% of she went through back then," I explained a bit. A/N, when Nihilego took Lily's mom in the anime as a kid. "Not even 10%, Serena responded, looking a bit worried at Lily. Seeing this, I leaned in, and gave a kiss to Serena as well, which caused her eyes to raise, before she accepted my tongue, letting our mouths dance around for a bit. Parting ways, Serena leaned her head into my chest as well. "It isn't just Lily, Serena. You are also precious to me. We will stay by each other's sides while we journey, even when we head to other regions." "Itsuki," Serena responded back with a gentle tone. "Thank you. You know I love you for saying that, right?" I love you, and I love Lily too," I replied with a grin. "What about that Cynthia? You love her as well, don't you?" Hearing Serena suddenly ask that, I froze up. "I won't deny that," I retorted. "Hehe, and Cynthia even issued that challenge to you. You have to beat her to get her heart," Serena replied with a giggle. "That's going to be a struggle in of itself. We still have half of Kanto and Johto and Hone to get to before Sinnoh. I hope she doesn't mind waiting a bit more." "Probably not. Anyways, I'm beat. I don't think I have enough energy left to suck you off tonight," Serena said as she changed her position to lie down beside my right side. "Haha, you don't need to. I'm pretty exhausted myself. We have some lore diving to get into tomorrow, so need to get a good rest tonight," I replied with a laugh. "Lore hunting, hey? Sounds fun. Good night," Serena said, saying good night. She then fell fast asleep not too long after. "Good night," I responded. I let the darkness sweep my eyes, and fell fast asleep. Lily's snores also grew steady. The next day came before we knew it. It was now the last Saturday in February. Our gym battle was scheduled to be in 2 days, but before that it was time to see what Gladion found out and to see what this book I received is. Chapter 100, The Lost Hero, I. The Lost Hero, a calm voice uttered quietly in the Pokémon Center. 4 figures could now be seen sitting on a table separated from the other few trainers currently inside of it. There were not many people inside right now, everyone were currently out and about in the bustling Celadon city, as the weekends contained the most out of said people to go shopping. Well, of course, we needed to do our shopping as well. Before we parted from Erica in her perfumery, we did ask Erica about EV eggs due to her having a Leafian. She actually recommended us a Pokémon breeder. And here is the shocker, turns out who Erica recommended to us was actually my big sister Daisy. It's been years since we last seen each other in person. Turns out she wound up in Celadon City. She wanted to become a great Pokémon caretaker, and Celadon City was a good city for that. I guess she became a Pokémon breeder along the way after she finished her studies in Viridian City. Guess we'll be paying Daisy and her shop a visit tomorrow. For today, we decided to have an in-day, so we'll probably spend most of it in our room after we find out what this book is about. It was currently me, Lily and Serena at the table, sipping tea. Gladion could be seen here with us too. Gladion intently stared at the ancient text before he nodded his head at me. This definitely aligns to the name of that myth I found out. I wish I could have found out more, I'm sorry, Gladion said with an apology. It's all right. Just you confirming the name of this myth is more than enough for me. Let's open it, Serena said excitedly. Lily also nodded her head. Urging me on, I opened the book, only to find that each page was quite thick. It was inscribed with unknown letters just like the cover was. However, we were immediately drawn to the faded images on the first page. It depicted 2 towers, and a figure precariously perched on the top of each one. We all knew who these two figures were the moment we saw them. So the lost hero is a tale referring to Ho-Oh and Lugia after all, Gladion uttered. Not only that, it seemed there was a blackened figure that was a lot smaller than the two who could be seen flying in the distance. It was too hard to see which Pokémon this was. It does look like there is quite a bit of legible text still despite this text looking so old. Shall I begin reading it? I asked the three. They nodded and turned quiet. Keeping my voice quiet, I began to read. Many centuries ago, within a small town located in the heart of Johto, its people built 2 towers, 9 tiers each, reaching high up into the sky. I began to say. The Bell Tower. And the Brass Tower. After revealing the names we had another look at the 2 towers. Upon getting a closer look a giant golden bell could be seen in the interior of the Bell Tower, while the second tower was completely made up of brass as its base material. Both were built in the style of a 9-floor pagoda. We then noticed the words ended there, so I turned the page. We saw 2 Pokémon appear closer up. The towers attracted 2 legendary Pokémon guardians, I continued to say. The Guardian of the Skies, Ho-Oh. And the Guardian of the Seas, Lugia. Sure enough, we got a real clear picture of Ho-Oh flying through the skies while Lugia swam through the seas. Both of them looked really fierce. Seeing that, I continued to read the unknown words. Ho-Oh rested atop of the Bell Tower, while the Brass Tower became the roost of the legendary Lugia. The words of the second page ended there, and I turned to the third page. On the third page showed many villagers either presenting gifts to the 2 legendary Pokémon, or bowed at them in reverence. The people would commune with the Pokémon, and a harmonious friendship grew between them. That is until one fateful night, over 1.5 centuries ago, as the tower was bathed in moonlight, I said, before turning to the fourth page. We soon saw what appeared to be a large lightning storm cracking down from the heavens, streaking across the Brass Tower in the pitch of night. Lugia's peaceful slumber was disturbed by the tumult of a lightning storm. As the storm grew, the sky became filled with lightning. The small town shook with each clap of thunder. Until one final tremendous thunderbolt came down and struck the tower. The words of the fourth page ended there, causing me to flip it to the fifth page. This strike set the lofty tower ablaze, igniting it into a giant inferno. On the fifth page showed the Brass Tower going up in flames, disturbing Lugia's slumber. The fifth page ended here, and brought me to the sixth page. On it showed a massive rainstorm getting whipped up in the skies over Brass Tower. To extinguish this fire, Lugia summoned a mighty gale with flaps of its wings. As a result, Lugia called for rain, and the skies above this small town answered its call. Fighting back the flames until we're vanquished, I said, concluding the sixth page. It still looked like there was still a few pages to go. I asked if anyone wanted a break, but they shook their heads, wanting me to continue on. As such, I sipped more of my tea and turned to the seventh page. On this showed the destruction of the Brass Tower and 3 shadowy figures trying to escape the fire, but only to perish as parts of the tower shown signs of collapsing. Unfortunately, 3 nameless animals that were given by the townspeople to watch over the 2 legendary guardians suffered, unable to escape the raging inferno. These 3 lost their lives within the Brass Tower as Lugia's rain battled the raging fire. Regret and sorrow was brought to the townspeople that night. Seeing the text end here, I turned the page to the 8th page. On it showed the sun rising over the mountain, letting the sun's rays shower what remained of the Brass Tower. As it did, it showed Lugia's eyes filled with sorrow, only to have it flee from the town, leaving its townspeople behind. After that dreadful night, a new day dawned with the morning sun. Overcome by the destruction the inferno had wrought, Lugia fled. Reaching to the depths of the ocean, sealing itself off. It began to wait the call of someone ready to seek Lugia out once again, before Lugia would decide to return to this town. The 8th page ended with that and it brought me to the 9th page. On it showed Ho-Oh letting out a grievous roar into the skies, furiously flapping its wings. As for Ho-Oh, it grieved over the loss of its rival and partner. Seeing what remained of the Brass Tower, it knew what became of those 3 nameless beasts. It took pity on the townspeople, and decided to use the power of the rainbow. Ho-Oh had successfully breathed life once again into these 3, resurrecting them. Hearing the tale of resurrection brought us a big surprise, but they stayed quiet, allowing me to continue. I turned the 9th page to the 10th. As expected, another surprise swept over us. On it showed 3 figures rising up, only to look up at Ho-Oh who flapped its wings in the sky above them. The 3 beasts were resurrected by Ho-Oh, becoming 3 Pokémon. Ho-Oh had blessed each one with a name, as a reminder to what had happened that fateful night. Rei Kao, the sacred beast of lightning. Entei, the sacred beast of fire. Suakun, the sacred beast of rain. Bestowing names to these three, Ho-Oh gave them a command to watch over not only these townspeople, but to the land of Johto. As for Ho-Oh, it took to the skies, watching over the lands and the bell tower it once called home. It too began to search of someone it could give its blessing, the rainbow wing. The words on the 10th page ended there, and it looked like there was only a couple pages to go. The moment I turned to the 11th page, I immediately recognized what was on it. It wasn't just me, all of us recognized it. It simply showed the rainbow and silver wing.
Thanks for listening.